Okay. Back into it. Let's see. We're almost done with this island, don't worry. Because I don't think we can get the deluxe sail yet. Which is the other thing we really want here. And getting the deluxe sail is kind of a pain, too. Is this it? This is it. Well, young sir, I must say you seem to be in possession of a fine picture box there. Are you a lover of pictographs as well? I mean, it's kind of... There can be no villains amongst the rank of picture box lovers. Take your time, look around, I implore you. And while you're at it, please do visit my upstairs gallery. You're bound to find it quite exciting, young sir. I guarantee it. There's only 3 of these in the world, you know, because all of them were salvaged. Well, that's terrifying. I recognize most of those. Aren't these some finely snapped pictographs? You must admit it. But come now, you needn't be so surprised, my young sir. It's a hobby of mine to sneak up on people when they least expect it. It's because he's a photographer, get it? By the way, the pictographs you see decorating these halls have all been taken by none other than myself. They are my pride and joy. You see, in my younger days, I was tireless, sailing the wide, great sea, snapping pictographs wherever I went. Have a look at them, young sir. Yeah, I just did that. There's some shoes. There's like, I don't know what that is. This one is a tiny rock islet resting out in the sea southeast of here. Isn't it nice? A very dignified butler standing before the door. I snapped his pictograph without even thinking. That aside, I am certain this is someone's private cabana. Right. This is an incredible pictograph. I saw this strange platform rising out of the sea, seemingly to claw the sky. It makes for an even stranger silhouette. I wonder if such things still remain out there in the high seas, lonely on the waves. Oh, if only I had the chance, I would love to see these things once again. Hey, look, it's home. Isn't it a lovely shot? I took it in my younger days. It is Outset Island. Most delightful of fishing villages, innocent and rich with nature's bounty. As I met a beautiful young lass, although I suppose she's probably not as young as she used to be these days. Yes, I had lots of sex with your grandmother. Would you like to know more about it? One ill-fated day, misfortune befell me and my boat was destroyed. Clinging to the wreckage, I drifted at the whims of the waves when I saw this monstrosity. This foul ship veiled in mist and fading in and out of sight like something from another world. Yes, this is the ghost ship. Rumors I have heard tell of a man who researched the reaches of the sea where the ghost ship faded in and out of sight. He drew a map of its movements. But said as soon as the map finished drawing the lines of that cursed map, he died a most unexpected death. Chilling, truly chilling. Now, if one were to find that map, sneak onto the ghost ship, then you would be in Phantom Hourglass. Is it not a real mysterious statue? The statue's home is on one of the Triangle Islands, south of here. There are a total of 3 Triangle Islands, and they're totally not the Triforce. Don't worry about it. The Forsaken Fortress. This place lies to the northwest of our fair isle, but has been enveloped in filthy dark clouds of late. What are we to do against the silent evil that lingers there? If you value your life, young sir, then at the very least you should stay as far away from that place as you possibly can. It feels as if evil that is not of this world lies there in wait, biding its time. That's certainly a way to put it. These creatures are called choo-choos. They're said to have medicinal properties, so they are a most important resource, treasured by sailors the world over. Now, there's even said to be an extremely rare species known as the blue choo-choo. It's only under very unusual circumstances they're even sighted. You would be very lucky to ever come across one, young sir. This does not make a fine pictograph. The epitome of pictography. Not too close, not too zoomed out. Boasts the perfect balance of scale, wouldn't you say? Yeah, sure thing, bye. Well, that's where Spirit Tracks comes from, Crazy Horse. Obviously. It actually does make sense if this was one of the wealthier people. He's on the trading hub, and he has one of the pictographs. And if we presume there's only, like, you know, a couple of these anywhere, that tracks, right? You see, young sir, I've been studying picto boxes since I was but a lad. Yeah, that theory's destroyed because he's got like 10 of these things. My lifelong dream of creating a box with incredible pictography capabilities is at long last nearing fruition. I've grown old and have no real desire to leave this island. Young sir, I hesitate to ask, but could you do my side quest? Really and truly, my heart leaps at your enthusiasm, but I feel I must tell you the path of an assistant is not a simple one. You have to do dumb, stupid quests in order to accomplish this. It'll be quite a challenge, I assure you. You still sure you want to do this? You must share my love of the pictograph. What's your name? Ash. Very well, then. I shall issue 3 commands to you. On the day you shall complete all 3 tasks, you'll be my #1 assistant. A love letter. Do you know what that is, young sir? It's a collection of words of love, long and spoken, put into written form. Some of this town there's one who, despite constant rejection, never learns the cold lesson of unrequited passion and continues to write doomed letters of love. There are 2 more which we're not doing, Nugget Cruncher, because we can't yet. So we have to get a picture of someone writing a love letter in the act of doing that. Now, if you've been paying attention to the island, we already know who that is. You just gotta catch him in the act. Ashi. No, it's Archie. Nobody likes Archie. And now we wait. What's funny is even these really good songs are still remixes. The Zelda series, actually Nintendo series in general, just can't get away from remixing, can they? I am glad that more recent games have finally started to drift away and start doing their own music. If I had to choose between Magma or Aqua, well, they're both dumb. So I'd probably go with the one who has the coolest looking uniforms, which would be Aqua. No, like actual music act. Okay, this is taking a minute. Do I need to do something to prompt this from happening? Yeah, Aqua looks cooler. No. We all know the Aqua grunts are... Oh, there he is. God, he is slow. We all know that Aqua grunts are damn sexy. I did not see that, Ross. Who's voicing Bats? And who's voicing the Joker, for that matter? A little bit further forwards. That should be good. Now we play the waiting game. You did not! Exclamation mark. I assume that's why his trip was canceled? Question mark. Oh, yep, nope, he's like, hey. I'm not doing anything. Everything's fine. Okay, it looks like this is about as close as I can get. Come on, dude, man up. I'm just gonna take a picture for eternal posterity of your eternal shame. That'll do. What? That was strange. Oh, too far, too far. Yep, no streaminations ever again. Unless, you know, I take over the world, then we'll talk. Yep, come on, let's go. Now this is a finely snapped pictograph indeed. They say love is blind. What could he be thinking, mailing all these letters? Yeah, he's wasting paper. I shall not ridicule him, though, for he reminds me of myself back in the innocence of my youth. Ah, having so much sex with your grandmother. But I digress. Very good, you. Congratulate you on passing my first test. I will take this picture from you and use it most efficiently. Okay. Hamish Linklater. I don't know who that is. In the search for this town's most timid and cowardly resident, I intend to flog his spirit so as to lend him some backbone. This individual flinches and jumps at even the slightest of surprises. I need you to capture this instant of pure fear on his face on a pictograph. Sure. Nice guy. No, no, no. So all the funds that were put towards in-progress shows has either been refunded or reallocated. I shouldn't say all, but that is the plan. Everything that hasn't been yet is being taken care of. I did have to take a pill earlier, Dakota. Because holy crap. No, that's the wrong button. No, I just don't like things glaring in my eyes. I never have. Is it worse than breath? Not even close. Remember the desert sands? Remember the snowy areas? No, breath is much worse. Thank you, Unicorn Scotch. Always appreciate. If you give me a moment, I will make some room so I can put my controller down. So I can put this over here. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. So that's Yakuza Block 1. Yakuza Block 2. And Like a Dragon, which will eventually become its own block. Okay. Okay, so he's... Nah, okay. Am I in the wrong place? I'm in the wrong place. Shut up or I'll kill you. I will kill you. I will murder you. I've got a sword. Nobody has swords in this world. Although they do have cannonballs for some reason. Don't think about that too much. This is the rich guy's house. Wrong spot. I don't remember where this shop is. This place is the size of a postage stamp, and I'm already lost. Well, it's gotta be this place. Nope. This is sploosh. Anything up here? This is a wind-powered Ferris wheel, used to harness the wind's power to spin. If the wind just blew in the right direction. Yeah, huh? Yep, okay, cool. So, where the hell is this guy? Where did I buy the sail? That's what I need. It's none of these shops. It's gotta be further down. You're pathetic. That's the cafe. What? That's him. Hope that does, because he's already stopped shaking. No, the guy with the coat sells us the sale. You're correct. It's... Hey, otherworldly nebula. That's your new name. The Worldly Nebula. Hope work has been treating you as well as it can be. Now this is a finely snapped pictograph indeed. Clearly this individual must be the town's most timid of denizens. Fear is his constant companion. I cannot complain, young sir. You have passed in a most admirable manner. Say, is this chap quite the striking individual? Very good, young sir. I'll jack off to this later. No, Somewhere in the town is a couple, a man with and a woman whose hearts are secretly filled with thoughts of each other. Yet for reasons unknown, the two have never spoken. Even when they happen by chance to pass each other on the road, they each steal a brief, furtive glance at the other, but they suppress the longing in their hearts. I cannot let this tragedy go on any longer. For the sake of the town and my own desire to help these two souls, I shall become Cupid, Archer of Love. These two are timid burglars in the House of Love, and you must capture a pictograph of them thinking furtive thoughts. And young Master Arsh, if and when, hope and beyond hope, you manage to complete the third test, you'll be my #1 pupil. And does that not excite you? Good day, young sir. And now we wait. So how's your day going? God, that is shaky, isn't it? Sugar, sugar, sugar. Zoom out a bit so we can see what's going on here. Oh, it makes perfect sense, Pillars of Snow. Trust me. Can I help you? Sir.
Stop looking at me.
There you go, Pillars of Snow. Yeah, it's pretty easy to understand if you think about it. After all, the noble, lengthy line of lores has nothing to do with Wind Waker. Oh my god, how long is this going to take? Yeah, that's actually my fault. I was thinking about that. I should have named the Arsh, the main character Arsh in Phantom Hourglass. That's actually a screw-up on my part. I even meant to do that. Like, I planned that out in advance, and I completely spaced. Whoops. Yeah, just fast forward time a little bit. Like, we don't necessarily need this, but we probably... Up. Imagine if we could emulate this stuff. That would be great, Nintendo. Stop system locking your crap. This is a finely stamped pictograph indeed. I had no idea these two could get along so splendidly. You can see the love there, hidden but thriving. Even I, who have lived in this town for so many long years, did not realize in the slightest the extent of their passion. You've done well, Arsh. I shall promptly take this pictograph from you and use it most efficiently. You have completed all the tasks I've set to you. My doubts about you have been cleared up. I hereby pronounce you my assistant, and no assistant of mine will be seen going around taking pictographs in monochrome. Not in a million years. So here. Take the deluxe Victor box. Now until you can only take black and white, but now you can take color, allowing you to see the world as it's meant to be seen. Now, I like the idea that there's only one color pictograph path. Like, there might be a few black and whites, but there's one color one. Yes, these remind me of your grandmother, who I will go visit soon to go have more sex with. So here's the hottest woman in town, remember? Oh, this is how I look today? I had no idea the gloss on my skin was so perfect. Just look at me, I am so stunning. Oh, I feel wonderful now. I have to reward you for making me feel so good about myself. Here. My son picked it up somewhere, and I could imagine you liking this sort of thing, correct? My son likes it. You must, too. Okay, so I think we're actually done here for now. Let me double-check my notes. Nope. Nope. King is like, what has taken you so long? Very well, I will teach you the art of sailing. Yeah, it's going to suck until we get the advanced sail, which will be a minute from now. Having to sail with or against the wind. It's an interesting idea, but I'm kind of glad they just get rid of it, honestly. So, you remember Skyward Sword? Well, this is what inspired that. Early on, there's actually a specific method to go faster. I'm not joking. This is actually faster. I know who the character is, Act. I'm not familiar with much past that. So I'm going to go with no to your second question. Also, just, yeah. We'll come back to that. Well, see, now I've got to Google it. So thanks for that. It's a game called Wind Waker, period. Okay, so how do we get into this thing? Maybe it's on this thing. Oh, there it is. I see it. Hey, Unix. Hang on. Let me put away my sword. Whee! It's so weird hearing these sounds that I associate with Four Swords Adventures. Because I do. I don't associate these sound effects with this game, even though they came from this game. I'm glad you're liking the shorts, Unix. Apparently a lot of people are. I'm not sure how much that's really been affecting the long-term metrics, but I have noticed more and more people poking in on stream, so I'd say that's a good sign, to some extent or another. As with most such things, we won't really see if the shorts work for like another year or so. Red shoe jelly. Nice. Also, thank you, Unix. Seasoned dog. So first thing you do, you get black pepper, black salt, and then you get a little bit of chili pepper, and you kind of stir that into just some water, and get a little bit of oil then, because you want the oil to extract the flavor from it. And you let the dog sit in that for about 10 hours. Then you put that sucker in a pan, put it in an oven. Whoosh. Joyousness. Also, I will jot that, first of all, Brofist. Second of all, I will jot that down for Persona 4G, DBZ, Kakarot. I mean, you should probably de-hair the dog, but honestly, boiling the dog is the easiest way to de-hair just about anything. And Grim Fandango. Done. Okay. And I wish I had a map. Do I have a map here? No, of course I don't. I think that's where I came in. You know what? I have a mini-map in this game. That's so weird. Alright, whatever. As they should be, Ojonix. I'm apparently short one art piece? What art piece am I missing? Especially since I got the freaking one from the Whatchafig, which is just kind of shocking. You know, they gone, Ojonix. They're never coming back. Hey, Bonic Punk. Who is never coming back. Is it here? I did miss a heart piece. Huh. We won't get that for a while. Oh well, that's fine. It's okay, they're still on the website, Ojonix. All that old stuff is archived on the website. I don't actually delete videos as much as I would prefer to. So I will continue to spread awareness of the archive page on the website. We're about to be Bionic Punk. Inches from it, one might say. Yeah. Mighty fine boat you got there, bub. Must be searching for treasure on the seafloor too, aren't you? You won't get it from us, bub. Not likely. Let me ask you something real quick. Who wanders around on a fishless sea? I'll tell you who. Pirates, monsters, and treasure hunters. Oh yeah, by the way, fishless sea, that's actually a plot point, is that there's not really, you know, fauna in the ocean. That makes sense considering this is effectively a magical ocean, magical sea, excuse me. But it's important to note because it further adds to the doomed nature of this setting and how much they need to get out of here. They don't have access to seafood. All the weak island dwellers who never leave their shores, I'm amazed to see such a tiny little guy out here. I like your style. I feel like I've known you my whole life. Let's tell you what, as one treasure hunter to another, I'll give you this. You definitely need it if you want to haul treasure. Come on, I won't take no for an answer. I won't take nay, nope, or nar. Just grab it. Who's Hylia? Hylia wasn't invented yet. Yep, this is a thing about this, but unfortunately, we need a grapple hook in order to haul up treasure from the bottom of the ocean floor, which is something that was mentioned earlier. I've never even heard of that hard-boiled one. What is it? Can I go, please? There we go. Onwards. There's Beetle. Hi, Beetle. Hello? Oh, I didn't mean to kill you, but alright, now you're dead, so enjoy your death. Bye. The final season act? Not really. First season? Yes. Horribly enough, but yes. So, like, I have this really horrible feeling that since its corpse was out in the ocean, I didn't get the item it's supposed to drop. So that sucks. Let's see if we can respawn that, shall we? Okay, so we started spawning new stuff. Let's see if you respawned. Listen, all I'm saying is... Yeah, Beetle. Actually, that's a good idea. Oh, is he there? Nope. Okay, hold on. Where's Beetle? Because that is a good idea. Beetle. You know one of the things I liked about Phantom Hourglass over this game? The live updating map of activities on the ocean. What are the seagulls eating? Well, that's a good question, which unfortunately I don't think the developers thought about. As I mentioned, this is such a weird game to discuss from a world-building perspective, because on the one hand, they clearly thought it out extensively and did a lot of cool stuff to really emphasize how much this world is messed up. And on the other hand, the exact opposite of that. God damn it. Beetle! Beetle! Well, it's the cell phones and the Ottoman Empire thing again, and I know that's the weirdest analogy I've ever used, but I stand by it. Beetle! Hey! Hey, come here! Yeah, and exactly. Suddenly being told to rush at the last minute is definitely a problem. Because, like I said, a lot of thought was clearly put into the nature of this world, and then they just included things that have no place being here because they didn't think about it, or they were rushed, more accurately. It could also be both. They could have been rushed and not thinking about it. Beetle! Beetle, my friend, my one true friend. This is the only time I'm ever going to be happy to see you. I just want you to know that. In any of these games. Okay, bye. Now that we've reloaded the cell... Yep, he respawned. Perfect. Now let's not kill this guy. You know, in an inefficient way this time. So. Come on. Come on, over here. Over here. I'm right behind you. Oh my god. Come on, I'm over here. I'm over here. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Oh, come on! Well, I mean, I say the Ottomans because, you know, the Ottomans... It's easy to say the Ottomans as opposed to, like, France. Because France still exists, but the Ottoman Empire has been dead and gone for a long time, right? But admittedly, the analogy isn't perfect. What's an empire that existed in the 1400s that doesn't exist now? Because that's the goal. Like the Holy Roman Empire, I guess? That's Napoleon's time. Where the hell am I? The Gauls. You know what? The Gauls would work. And then people would be like, who the hell are the Gauls? And I'd just be sad. Okay, last time. Last time I'm trying this. No, but Persia's still there. Prussia is also something that is still there. They need something like, I don't know, Brittany. But then people will be like, what are you talking about Britain? It's like, no, no, no. The Mamluks? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with this Jesse's mask. Jesus! He just... Okay, I give up. I give up. The Habsburgs. Anyways, the whole point is something from, you know, centuries and centuries ago. Having cell phones. That's the whole point of the analogy. Like I said, it's a really common aspect of Underthought because the developers or writers or creators wanted to have such and such and didn't think about what would exist in such and such. It didn't even occur to them. So, you know. First of all, best song in the game. Second best song in the game. High atop the island's peak lives the spirit of the skies, a great dragon by the name of Valu. You must go see this dragon and request from him a jewel called Din's Pearl. Ask the people of the Rito tribe who inhabit the island how to see the dragon. Oh, wait, I almost forgot one moment. This is the Wind Waker. It's a baton of sorts that was used long ago when the people played music in prayer to the gods. It's your musical instrument for the game. Most of these have one. There we go. Jesus. There's 5. It's not bad for your first time using a Wind Waker. Not bad at all. You can also conduct a 6/4 by tilting right. You do well to remember that. But you received the Wind Waker, you can do music, which is magical, as usual. Don't question it. Hi, Beetle. No, I think a good way to explain it is that they didn't, because the idea that the First Order controls the galaxy is extremely stupid, Triaxia. If you said, alright, Lore, I'm going to give you, your job is to make that make sense, I would say no. If you put a gun to my head, I would say pull the trigger. I would say, shoot me! Shoot me! And then nobody would get the reference. These are on a short timer, good lord. Yeah, don't worry. Other writers will always be around to try and fix the Star Wars film writers' problems. And then people shoot me and I'm like, yes! Last. I have waited for this day. Where did Beetle go? He was just here. Beetle. 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 God damn that man. He's never here when I actually need him. I mean, I could have told you, like, years ago, Wind Waker would not score super well on the gameplay axis. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be net negative on the gameplay, but then again, we'll see. Oh god, can I not leave? Okay, I'm stuck here. Beetle! Now, story-wise, this game's probably going to crush it. There he is, Beetle, my man! For the second time ever, I'm actually excited to see you. Come here, boy. Man overboard! Yep, I'm actually going to buy from you, too. That's a really horrifying looking pair. Why does it look like that? If you can get the swift sail before now, I'm not aware of it, Kitten Fan.
Thank you!
Congrats, Brigwin.
Bye! Yep!
Yep, it's just a screaming pair. Gotta have the horrific stuff. It's mandatory. Possibly Kitten Fan? I could be wrong. Would not be the first or the 5th or the 15th time. Or the 50th or the 500th. Thank you, Mr. Bird. All right. Yep, your sacrifice was not in vain. That was 200 rupees. You kidding me? I'm rich now. So many rocks on this island. It's weird. Oh yeah, Death Mountain, by the way. It's not obvious. See, that's economics right there. I'll spend 10 rupees, but you're going to give me 190 back. Listen, all I'm saying is all pigeons must die. I don't think that's asking too much. Ash? Ash, is that you? It is. I'm pleased to see you're okay. I must say, you've traveled far for one with no wings. And your sister, is she... Is that so? Well, don't worry too much. I'm sure she'll hang in there. I have an idea, Ash. Would you like to meet our chieftain? I've told my people here about you, and all of us, Rito, are very concerned. I'm certain the chieftain will befriend you and lend you the aid of our Aerie. It's settled then. I'll go ahead and let everyone know you're coming. You know what's worse than pigeons? Squirrels. Eat squirrels. Squirrels and chipmunks both, but mostly squirrels. Death to both. Squirrels are pests. They're rats. They get in stuff, they break stuff, they dig up stuff, they ruin stuff. Squirrels must die. Congrats, Braylon. Oh god, bunnies are actually pretty bad too. You don't want a bunny infestation on your garden. Ugh. Well, have you discovered the cause of great Valvagia's anger? Ah, so you are Ash, are you? Quill has told me all about you. A troubling tale indeed. I insist you let us know if there's anything we can do to help. We shall do everything in our power to assist you. However, in the meantime, we have a problem of our own to deal with. When you arrived on the island, did you notice a raging dragon perched atop the mountain? Yeah, he is not having a good time right now, if you know what he's going through. As you can see, we of the Rito tribe are profoundly connected to the sky. We make our livings on the airways. We do so by the graces of the sky spirit Valu. When a Rito reaches adulthood, he or she journeys to the top of Dragon Roost to receive a scale from the dragon. That scale enables the Rito to grow his or her wings. So yeah, if you're wondering how these people fly, it is quite literally magic. Recently, however, the once gentle Valu has grown violent and unpredictable. Sadly, we can no longer approach him. As it continues, the fledglings who are of age will never be able to receive scales from Valu on Dragon Roost. They will remain wingless, and in time our very way of life will be threatened. So, I kind of like this. Again, when they bother, the world building's pretty legit. The Rito rely on trade. They rely on being able to access other islands. In fact, if you're paying any kind of attention, there's only a small handful of sailors and the Rito. That's it. Otherwise, every island is self-contained. And most islands, most people here, they stay, you know, inside of a single, on side of their island. They've mentioned that several times, that most people would prefer to just stick on their island and not bother heading out. So, and yes, since 3 people have already spoiled this in chat, these were the Zora. Sorry, I've been trying to not spoil things until they show up, but, you know, it's whatever. Anyway, so these are the Zora, or were the Zora, better way to put that. That's why they can't fly innately. They are a mutated form of Zora, and therefore need magic to finish in order to be able to actually fly. Sense make. Anyways. I'm not actually... I've lost my train of thought. So it makes sense that the Rito... because we've already heard that people don't like to leave their islands. We know that the ocean doesn't actually have fish to speak of, and has nothing really... It's not really livable. And that's kind of the key thing, right? What is in the ocean? Nothing but ruins and stuff you can scavenge and monsters. There are no fish. There's no actual flora and fauna in the ocean. Which makes sense because that's not really an ocean. That's not really the sea. That is a magically maintained stasis field that happens to be taking the form of water. They would take this idea and actually do an even worse job of this over on Skyward Sword. So... These lands are kind of really, really dangerous, like even more so than real life oceans are. And so they kind of have to actually stay put, or, you know, have some kind of way to interconnect with each other. And that's the Rito. If the Rito cannot get back what they need, which is the scales, in order to be able to access the rest of the islands, that's the end of life for a lot of people, not just the Rito, because these islands are going to become even more insular than they already are. What I'm trying to say here is that this one tiny domino could have actually spelled the end for all of the people of the Great Sea. And I mean that. Like, I'm not being facetious. I'm not trying to be like, you know, oh my god, YouTuber video, you won't believe how important the Rito are. No. I mean, like, this is well thought out. This is a rare plot positive, I think, because this is an engaging hook to me. Yeah, no, the world is quite literally right on the edge of going just a little bit too far and falling apart. We know that people are not managing that well. That's a major theme. It's one of the major themes. I mean, you know the answer to that, Ross. It's one of the major themes of the work, is that the current situation is untenable and people keep clinging to the past. And they need to be able to move forward. They need to be able to move on. And until they do, they're just going to keep backsliding, like they have been forever. As chieftain of the Rito, my first responsibility is to solve this problem. My apologies, but I must ask you to wait for our assistance until that's done. Will you do so? Chieftain, what do you think of consulting Arsh with regards to your son, Prince Kumali? As you can see, Arsh is a gallant young lad. I feel certain that Prince Kumali would open his heart to him and speak freely of his fears and worries. Maybe. Let me be direct. My son Kumali is of the age to earn his wings, yet he is weak in some ways, and in light of the current situation, he may just give up on ever getting them. What say you? Will you share some of your courage with my son? Okay. Thank you. We will do our best to solve our problem as quickly as possible, so we may better help with yours. I have something I wish you to give my son. A young girl named Medley is holding it for me. Would you find her and take it? Here, take this with you. Who knows, it might come in handy. A delivery bag. You'll find Medley in one of the upper rooms. Leave the Grat Valu to us. Yeah. Also, Ocarina remix. But no, in case I have to say this out loud for anybody who doesn't know me, the reason that both Rito and Zora are in Breath of the Wild is because Breath of the Wild has nothing to do with anything. God, yeah, they keep talking about Breath as if it's the merger timeline, but honestly, it makes a lot more sense if it's just, you know, disconnected from everything. Oh, you really do have green clothes and a strange-shaped hat. You're Arsh, aren't you? I'm an attendant to the Great Sky Spirit Valu. My name is Medley. 15 plus is the story. To tell the truth, I'm not an attendant quite yet. I'm actually still studying to be one. What am I thinking here? This is from the chieftain. Arsh, he wants you to give this directly to Prince Komali. Father's letter. Yep, thanks. The room is in the back of the first floor. You may have to go down a couple steps. When you meet him, don't get offended by his manner. He has no bad intentions, I promise. By the way, listen, Arsh. I have a small favor I'd like to ask of you. Could you please come to the entrance of Dragon Roost Cavern later? I'll explain everything else. Yes, I will do a dungeon. It's been a while. We still haven't done a dungeon. How's that for a weird thought? I mean, if we really wanted to, we could make Breath tie into the rest of the Zeldas. It wouldn't even be that hard. But honestly, who wants to? Just let it be over there on its own. Yeah, imagine Waterworld, but it's a lot cuter. And that's this game, period. I've been explaining each of the Zeldas to my mother as we go. And she keeps asking, alright, so what's this one? I'm like, well, this one's in a Waterworld apocalypse. And she's like, holy crap. Yeah, imagine the biblical flood, but it's a cute little cartoon. Done by some of the best anime artists in the business. That is what I'm here for, Otherworld Nebula. Good or ill, this is supposed to be a safe space. We may fail at that. I think she's more like she's bored, but yeah. Hey, Prince Jackass. I mean. A letter? For me? Dear son, you suck. Sincerely, screw you. It's not like he's the one who went through that horrible experience. It's not like he still has to go get a scale from Valu. You're in this letter too, you know. Poking your nose in other people's business. You're nosy, aren't you? Sorry, I don't feel like going to see Valu right now. I mean, how am I supposed to get a scale from him when he's so upset? What, he's trying to say you can calm Valu down? That's just a big fat lie. It's easy to say you could do anything. Bragging doesn't cost a thing. I'll tell you what. If you can find me someone who can get past all the obstacles on Dragon Roost to get to Valu, then I'll listen to anything you say. Humph. I'm also a brat, and I really like birds for some reason. I don't know what that's all about. Let's just move on. Also, mud and straw make up most of the architecture here, which makes sense. Because, you know, this is Death Mountain. I could see that, Crazy Norse. There's actually a term for that. I guess Nexus World. But Border World is another word for that kind of a thing. Oh yeah, also, you know, bird people. I do like having more races. It's one of the reasons I'm so upset that of all the things they kept from Skyward going forward, they ejected the cool, interesting races they brought in Skyward. I don't know what that was about. So, we're going to try this once. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, also, it's the face of the mailman from, well, from Ocarina and Majora, but same face. Don't believe I've seen your own face before. Nope, don't believe so, huh? It would be in response to our posting for some part-time help, would you? Excellent, that's good. But first, to see if you can use you or not, I need you to give it a little test, just a small one. Match the seal on the envelope with the icon on the shelf and throw the letter. Simple. Use this to select, use this to throw. We need 25. That's the number we want here. Damn. Multiplicity. Damn it. The better you do, the higher you pay. That's economics. No. That's Rex. Yaldabaoth. Thank you, Rex. Always appreciate it. And yes, I have been enjoying Zelda now that we're past Skyward. This franchise. So we're putting that towards Axiom Verge, Tunic, there's an apt one, and Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom. Also Crazy Norse. Good night, Crazy Norse. Okay, 25. This is the one I've failed at each time so far. There's a bit of RNG here, but really it comes down to memorization. I need to know where each spot is without having to actually look at it. Oh my god. You have an amazing coordination. Seriously, I'm stupefied, incredulous. We veterans do this all day long, and even we have a hard time reaching that amount. I've got to give you more money. I've got to. Your name wouldn't happen to be Osh, would it? It is, isn't it? I thought you looked like the lad the chieftain was talking about. In that case, I should have expected you to be able to pull something like this. I've heard all about you. Yes, I sure have. You've had a rough time, Arsh. I feel bad making you help us. But hey, things are looking up. Our new helper just arrived. Maybe you can give him some advice next time you come by. Really? I don't know. Yeah, 30... I don't think I can do 30. We're not going full tilt. Hey man, I'm the new part-timer. Green clothes and a green hat. Pardon me for asking, you're Arsh, aren't you? Ha! I knew it. You're a legend among part-timers here. I really admire you, man. Just once I'd love to see the legendary 25-letter sorted. Do your best, man. Okay. I'm not going to manage 25 again, especially since I wasn't ready. Well, each of these correspond to one of the major islands, by the way, if I didn't actually make that clear. Yeah, no, that was crazy, Jesse's Mask. I'm so impressed. Seriously, man. I gotta tell my mom out back at home all about this. I got a favor to ask you, man. I'm still new here, so I'm not allowed to leave. You mind putting this letter in my postbox for me? Thanks a lot, man. I guess I could just throw it in here with a lot of those, but I can't bring myself to do it. It's against the rules, man. Okay, so someone asked if we have an equivalent of whoa, pay attention, Laura. No, Jesse's Mask. Someone asked if we have an equivalent of Korok seeds in this game, and yes, we do. I actually forgot about this. It's the Nintendo Gallery. So what you have to do for the Nintendo Gallery is you have to take a picture of every character, enemy, and boss in the entire game. Now that already sounds crazy, but hang on, it's worse than that. Because some characters go away permanently at certain points in the plot. So we're not doing that. Yeah, that's our Korok seeds of the game. You know, I don't know, Frieza. I know, right, Jesse's Mask? Yeah, if the camera had infinite capacity, it might not be as bad. It doesn't. I mean, I like a good photo mode. Really, I do. But like this is crazy. This is negative worthy. Aw. Kamali's grandmother passed recently, and Kamali seems lost. His confidence is gone. His grandmother was always with him, you see, a great woman. The sparkling ball the young master keeps with him was actually a gift from the great Valu to Kamali's grandmother. Aw. Yeah, I love a good photo mode. I've given positives for good photo modes. That's not what this is. We used to have such nice pieces throwing through. Now the air is crazy. I'm positive the strange winds are a result of the wind god's anger. See, there's an important shrine below here that got broken. Now we're paying for the price. What cursed luck. Ugh. Ooh, there. Just in case, we will take this one picture, though. Just the one. Oh, right. I guess I should check that. No. Where's... hang on. That is not helpful. Oh, here we go. That's what I want. Okay, we've got goods. Sorry. Good means it counts, if we care. Okay. Who wants to do a dungeon? An actual dungeon, not, you know, a stealth section.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, you actually came. I'm really sorry for bringing you to such a dangerous place. I had to. I wouldn't have asked if I didn't need it desperately. Oh, whoops. Did I forget to update the number? God damn it. Hem. You see this place? There used to be a spring here, surrounded by a beautiful pond. It was peaceful and lovely. But the great Valu became so angry and in his rage shook the mountain, and this boulder came crashing down, plugging the spring, as you can see. Oh, where's my mind? How was Prince Kamali? Oh, that doesn't sound right, not at all. Maybe partially to blame for the bad turn that Prince Kamali's taken. See, Prince Kamali's grandmother was the great Valu's former attendant. She was an amazing woman. I was honored to have her as my teacher. She was kind and brave and unsurpassed in her dealings with the great Valu. I'm not yet worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as her. If only I'd possessed some of her strength, I'm sure Prince Kamali would have felt more secure. Arsh, I'm sorry to ask this, but I need your help. I want to go to the small shrine that's near the peak of Dragon Roost, but that's a ledge over there and it's so high. If I could get wind under my wings, I'm sure I could get up there. So, will you help me? Thank you so much. Okay, pick me up. Imagine I'm a spoiled brat of a Ruto princess. I was asked to throw her into the wall. I threw her into the wall. Okay, that didn't work. Ah, damn it. Couldn't aim in time. Damn it! That's just... Just for you, Yura. I'm fine. That didn't really hurt. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Once more. Sorry, Medley. Yura made me do it. She's evil. Line up properly this time. Bull crap! Come on, Medley, let's go. Thank you. I think I'll be able to climb now and meet Great Valu. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I may just be an apprentice attendant, but I can understand some of the Great Valu's language. Yeah, they really like to badmouth us, if you understand what they're saying. A bottle! The most powerful of all things. Good afternoon, Spartan. Please don't tell me when I'm climbing the roost. It'll be a secret, okay? Bye. Right. Right. So I'm looking something up really quick. Probably Zelda, honestly, Tridexia. Most people haven't really shown a lot of interest in Peach. So I'm looking up something very specific. I'm not... Yeah, you have to have, like, the hero mode or whatever in order to see what they're saying. Which is why I'm pulling it up to the side here. So I can share it with you as we go. Okay. So we got a bottle. That's cool. I'm not sure how useful that is. But...
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of racism in Zelda. And also fiction. And also real life. Not sure why. Oh, these flowers don't look like they're doing so well. Yeah, it's like FF10. You got like a pseudo New Game Plus thing. Oh god, stamina bar. Memories. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. I mean, we probably would have discovered explosives a lot earlier. Oh yeah, Skyward stole this, by the way. Stealing from its own series. Despicable. What? That totally made it. Yeah, whatever. We should probably see what our falling in lava animation is. To see if it's adorable. There it is. Man, we get some height out of that. Good God. We also reset the room. As I've mentioned a few times, all Zelda games kind of operate on a cell-based thing, but this is a little bit more like the 2D games in terms of approach and style. Most of the puzzles are very, very isolated. For good or for bad. Like, you remember in Majora's, you know, you would solve a room, and that would solve the rooms adjacent to it, or you'd, like, you know, they really had that central pillar thing going on, right? Commonly. But in this game, usually once you solve a room, you forget about it. You immediately move on to the next room. That's the main reason. So some people are asking me why I say this is more of a 2D Zelda than a 3D Zelda. That's why. It's its approach to gameplay style and design. Having said that, its combat is much more amongst the 3Ds. So if you care more about combat than puzzle design, it's more of a 3D Zelda. This is getting frustrating. I just keep bouncing out of the rim. Apparently not, Jesse's mask. Can't jump and I can't shoot. Damn it. And the camera keeps correcting, which is actually throwing my arc angle here. I want the camera to face the thing, and it keeps being like, no. So stuff like that happens. God damn it, game. This is actually kind of pathetic, how long we're stuck here on this nonsense. I mean, honestly, the controls are probably gonna be a negative. Like, there's always been a bit of a finickiness to it. So, like, what just happened is a good example. So I was facing a direction, so I hit forward. So naturally what the character does is it drifts towards forwards. Like, if I'm facing this way and I hit forward, you see what it does there? It doesn't actually turn forward. It drifts towards forwards, and that's what kept throwing me there. So I kept throwing it at weird angles because I'm holding forward, and it says, nope. I need to get rid of this. So anyways, first dungeon. We have unlocked the route to the first dungeon. Jesus. Much more atmospheric music. I'm actually going to turn it back up, because otherwise you probably literally will not be able to hear it. Remind me to turn it down. I'm going to double check something here really quick. We could grind joy butterflies here if we wanted to. Yeah, we'll be here in a minute, Rex. So we've already got things that are on fire and things that are water, which are dominant point of the dungeon. Come on, Link. Go into the giant pot of hell. Thank you. I also feel like this might be one of the Zelda games that most relies on you playing a previous Zelda game. Even Majora, which was kind of a step up from, say, Ocarina, doesn't really need you to play Ocarina to understand how to play the game. This one feels like it was built for Zelda fans. Good and for bad. Excuse me. Also, how is there wood in here? Alright, we're done. We're done. Yeah, I don't know how long this is going to take overall. Really. I had estimates once upon a time. Who knows how long it is now. Oh, tell me about it, Rex. Breath's nice and all, but man. It's hard to beat an actual Zelda game. Oh yeah, by the way, ice arrows, except better. Not nerfed this time. It's actually funny to me. I'm all for innovation and iteration. But, we'll see. We'll see what Echoes of Wisdom does. Yeah, exactly just as best. I mean, code-wise, it wouldn't surprise me if this was literally the same code. Like, copy-pasted. I swear even the shape is the same. It's just different texture on it. Damn right, Noctis. Don't change anything at all, or else. But yeah, I suppose, more accurately, I'm completely fine with Breath of the Wild being what it is, and we'll see what I think of Tears of the Kingdom. My problem is that they're idiots. For lack of a better way to phrase that. Do I remember Dung fondly? No. Who remembers Dung fondly, Euro? Does anybody remember Dung fondly? Oh, I remember this one time in '87. There I was, out at the farm. Suddenly there was a dung. I'll turn it back down, Nightwing. There. Congrats. Now all you can hear is me. Pretty much, Jesse's Mask. It will be interesting to see how well Echoes of Wisdom sells, because I guarantee it won't sell as well as Breath of the Wild did. Just like Tears of the Kingdom didn't sell as well as Breath of the Wild did. Anyways, do I have fond memories of this dungeon? No. Point in fact, I don't remember any of the dungeons particularly fondly. So we'll see. I am exceptionally curious on how it will go. Listen, you don't need to insult the game, okay? You can just go into the water like that. I mean, fire. Lava? Go to the lava like that. Oh, by the way, did you notice it's literally copy-pasting some of the audio from Ocarina? That's a fair point. We'll have to see how Tears of the Kingdom sells long-term. Because, you know, duh, I suppose. It's extremely spicy Kool-Aid. Which makes sense. Capsaicin can actually burn skin at a certain level. I don't know if I'll even need all this chew crap, but you never know. Spicy cola? That sounds weird. Anybody heard of that? Definitely spicy cola. Maybe it's like spiced wine? I don't know. I've never had spicy water. I mean, yeah, there is a difference between spiced and spicy. That's a fair point. Lucky timing there. Come here. I'll bite your leg off. And eat it.
Yep.
What was it called, Jesse's Mask? Or do you remember? This is when you say, Dr. Pepper!
You. Yeah.
Rats! On my ship! What? 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 Have you seen any filthy thieving rats around? I know they're annoying, but keep your wits about you. They're only rats. If you spread bait, they may share their store of treasure. Yeah, thanks. I'm good. All rats must die. I'm gonna get rid of all the mosquitoes, all the hornets, all the rats, and all the compasses. That is not a great map or compass. Okay, cool. Okay. All the spy. Whoa! Ho ho there, buddy. You don't get to rob me.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, okay. If we could change one thing about spiders, it would be the fact that they exist at all. They must all die. All of them. What? I was attacked in a cutscene!
Yep. Yep.
Wait, really? Maybe that's why I don't like Dr. Pepper. I don't like Dr. Pepper. That's why. No offense to those of you who do.
Yep.
You weirdos. I mean, you perfectly reasonable, acceptable people. Give me that key. Give me that key. Give me that. Get out of here. Peace. Peace. It does sound like a weird name when you sit and think about it. A lot of things like that are like that in real life. If we really sit and think about the terms we use. What is this? Oh, this is Dr. Pepper. What? Okay. Come with me, Mr. Stick. We're on an adventure. Yeah, pepper-flavored medicine. Just spiced medicine? I'm with a... No, excuse me, spicy medicine. So, something pretty much straight out of Link's Awakening. Most of the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask dungeons would do shortcutting. Here, they just have a teleport pod. This is, once again, how this is a little bit more of a 2D than a 3D. Like, it literally has the thing from Link's Awakening. Copy-paste. It's just a pod instead of a little warp panel. Wait, really, Savicom? I mean, that makes sense. Spicy food tends to help me, at least, when I'm feeling sick. So I tend to lean that way when given the opportunity. Let me respond to my brother-in-law really quick here. Yeah, I'm gonna drink a Sprite. Oh my god! No, it's not like that. I just need a... Not... Pure and clean, no caffeine. That would be interesting. Where did Pepsi get its name from? I know where Coke got its name from. Stop that do. Shouldn't say that. I presume where Coke got its name from. Coca-Cola. Now, where did cola come from, actually, now that we're on the subject? Where did 7-Up get its name from? I have so many questions. One day they were playing poker, and the guy's like, "Aha! I've got it! Syrupy liquid with carbonation. It'll be perfect. People will buy it the world over." I mean, if you ever want to be blown away someday, look where the term gun came from. That's an amusing one. I haven't called soda pop pop since, like, the 80s at this point. Come on. There we go. Peekaboo! Weren't you uncomfortable in there? I'm sure it's fine. I mean, considering how prevalent opioids used to be for, like, over-the-counter medicine, it would not surprise me if they literally just put Coke in cola. And there's your Coca-Cola. I don't know if that's true, though. Oh, that looks lovely. Look at that lovely little thing. Perfect, Jabez. Okay. I'm gonna leave that forever and never think about that again. Dyspepsia. Interesting. I don't know if you're making that up or not, but it's cool, regardless. Up, please. Thank you. See, now, where did Dr. Pepper get its name from, though? The questions keep coming.
Yep.
Why are there so many skulls in Death Mountain? I suppose that's a weird sentence, isn't it? Yes, it was suggested, and it's one of those I have no idea why I never did that before kind of thing, so there it is. I guess I sort of gave up on people actually using the website, and so I stopped putting stuff on the website. But now people are actually using the website, so stuff's getting on the website. If anybody has any other suggestions for stuff to go on the website. That poor guy. Seriously, that poor guy. Medley! Us! So a bit of a final exam. Have you been paying attention to the combat this whole time? The answer is yes. One of the interesting things about Wind Waker's soundtrack is it does a lot of juxtaposition between woodwind and trumpet. I don't know if that's intended to be thematic or if that's just the sound they were going for, but it is interesting to hear. And it leads to some very unique songs. Really, Javis? And I absolutely think we should go ahead and give a positive. I forget what the colors mean. Let's go with pink. No. Shoot. Pink is money and loot. I actually think the core combat is a little bit better in Ocarina and Majora's than this game, but this is still good. I know, Ross. I'm very, very tempted to increase my pricing. To just straight up be like, all right, look. I'm charging more per hour. Stop funding things while I'm trying to move. It's not cool. Quit it. Done. Nothing's getting funded ever again. Ridley's like, Arsh? Arsh, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Why? Definitely some Yoshi drums going on. Very much. Here, core combat is a big one. Please stop giving me money. Wait, I'm about to move and spend a lot of it. Please give me more money. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't actually do that. Don't actually do that. Give me money and don't put it towards anything. There we go. How's that sound? You came to my rescue. Thank you. I'll tell you what I found out. This is terrible. Some creature is doing awful things to the great Valu's tail. That's why he's so angry. Yeah, no, that's not anger. That's pain. There's gotta be something in there. I wonder if those monsters who captured me have something to do with it. Gotta do something now before it's too late. I'll go tell everyone what's happening. Here, I'll use this to get out of here. It's a device we Ritu used before we evolved wings. Yeah, you notice Valu isn't actually saying anything that would be construed as language right now. It's just screaming. Don't blame him. He is in a lot of pain right now. Yeah, you know what? If you want to fund something that is not going to get funded anytime soon, that I'm okay with. I do like this hook shot, this take on the hook shot. Whoa! Oh my god. was... Okay, so pause for 1 second. See you around Trinidad Ventura. It does play the cutscene each time, I think. Yeah, this has been a weird day for luck. Let's see. What is on the verge of being funded? I feel like its price is just randomly going to go up. Magically. Oh, those aren't nearly that close to being funded. Never mind. Alarm's over. Yakuza Block is not really near funding. Now... I'll leave that as it is. Sorry. I would not call the Resident Evil block almost funded, personally. Hang on. In fact, I'll give you the exact percentage. The Resident Evil block is at 79.34% funded. So 80% funded is not exactly low, but that's still a minute out. Please don't fund it. God, I couldn't take that right now. Okay. Yeah, people misunderstand what purple means. It's really funny to me. I'm not even going to try to correct it. It's just the way things are at this point. I don't even know what that is, Mr. Red, so I have no idea. Count with me here. 2. Okay, seriously. Don't actually fund stuff, please. I'm already on the verge of a panic attack every day. I don't need the queue getting even bigger. 4. Five. 6. 7, 8. God, I've lost track. I think that was 6 right there. I think that was 6. That's 8. It's 10, and I'll go ahead and pause at 10 to see what Noctis is. Why was your friend concerned about me, Yura? It's okay. I'll just kill myself one day. That's how I'll finish the queue. Is I'll be like, and queue's done. It'll be great. It's the way I'm going to go ahead and finally wipe out the queue. Thank you, Noctis, very, very much. Yeah, the like the loot system here, which we would see again in Skyward, and we will see again in Breath. I guess they liked that because they decided to go with that and run with it. Noctis, Axel. So that's going towards Henry Stickman. Yep, time to wipe away the dead. Epic Battle, Fantasy 5, Majesty Gold. You got it. Appreciate you, Noctis. Thank you very much. Thank you for not funding something. That is the Resident Evil block. All right, so what am I up to? 10? 10. Yep. So let's do a couple more. 11. No, the other one. The other one. There we go. See you around, Dakota. I've noticed, so one way to finish, I know Dakota's leaving now, but one way to acknowledge how much better this is in Breath of the Wild is the bloom isn't bad in most of the areas. It's really only the outside area that's just awful. And it is awful outside, and that does suck. I'm not trying to diminish that. It's just, it's in contrast to some of the other Zeldas, including Skyward. Come on. There we go. Which, and of course Breath of the Wild, which absolutely are face eyeball destroying. There we go. That should be 16, I think? I guess I can check. Okay, actually, that was 24. I got a little ahead of myself. So we're good now. We can move on. Can I get a heart, please? Please, 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 please. No? Okay, cool. Just while we're here. I like how you can steal joy from creatures that are technically demons. The most dangerous and deadly of all links. Listen, I just need a few more wrecks. It's fine. I'll be fine. Ignore that. I mean, honestly, my answer is pretty much always going to default towards the Hero of Hyrule, which is LTTP, Oracle, and Link's Awakening. Once, Hero. I wasn't really into the GameCube version as much, because I had another game that I replayed over and over and over again. It's called Twilight Princess. I don't know if you ever heard of it. And yeah, shortcutting definitely is something that deserves a positive. Do I have the big key? I don't think I do. That's because I don't. We have a shortcut to the boss room. So that's nice. Okay. I think I know where I want to go. I mean, look. I have always been kind of an efficiency-minded person. As much as I like variety, and I do, when it comes to replaying, usually I tend to stick with the classics. God, look at that glare. Well, no, that's okay, Von Falkenstein. I'm not a YouTuber, so I don't take offense to that. You okay there, buddy? I guess not. Okay. I mean, in all honesty, if I had more time, I would probably rather play different and new games rather than replaying anything. There's a reason I have a giant list of games I just want to try out for my own sake, you know? I like variety. I like trying out new things. It's just, I don't have a better way to put that. It's just something I enjoy. Nope. Yeah, see, I've only beaten Witcher 1 once. And Witcher 2 once. What? Yeah, thanks, you asshole. Oh, that's clever. That's actually clever. I'll give you that, game. You know, I actually spend a lot of effort in my playlists. So what you're telling me is my playlists are organized completely wrong, Von Falkenstein. I always know. Yeah, that is a pretty common problem, Jabez. I think we all have that problem to some extent or another. So now that that's been tutorialized to us... Whoa! Okay, I didn't even know that was possible. Let's try that again. There we go. Apparently Noctis. Okay. Oh, there it is. Apparently I needed to look up 1 inch. A game I need to beat before I die. Yeah, Final Fantasy VI. Oh, okay. A game I've never beaten before. That's different. A game I have to beat before I horrifically commit suicide. Damn it. Eternally cursed by knocking back my enemies. Come here for a sec, would you? No, that's not even close to what I hit. Still no. That continues to be wrong. I don't know, what about you, Chat? What's a game that, like, if you somehow magically, it's like, alright, you get to play one more game to conclusion. What do you pick? Hey, Valerian. FF14. See, I wouldn't pick that right now, because for approximately, like, another, what, day or two? You're done. You did it. just beating the game. Don't have to 100% it. What? That was really strange. Pick a game that never ends. Until they cut the server support. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna play Fortnite, and then Fortnite gets shut down. It's like, ah! It's like the frickin' painting, right? From that story I can't think of the name of right now. You get to beat one more game, Zara. What do you pick? Oh, that's what happened. I actually hit the frickin' ledge. Okay. Oh yeah, and it also has to be a game you haven't played. That's it. Dorian Gray. That was it. Okay, can't make that distance. We'll go with never played. Oh, never mind. Yura has changed the conditions of the rule. Pray she doesn't change it any further. So it's never beat. That was interesting. I'm not even sure I have one, Yura. At least not one off the top of my head. Although... No, I take that back. I want to play Echoes of Wisdom. You put a gun to my head and say I'm giving you one more game, that's probably what I'd pick. Honestly. Now, if I was being cheeky, I would say the next main Mega Man game, because those will never exist again. So I get to live forever, because they'll never actually come out with a new Mega Man game. If funded, I will not move it forwards. No, because the likelihood of it being funded prior to me, being in a state where I can stream new games is effectively not possible. Look, I'm sorry, Ross. If anything that Breath did for me, it absolutely killed any interest I had in Tears. I gotta be totally honest with you, I probably wouldn't even be playing Tears if not for the fact that it's my job. I'm not trying to be negative, that's just the truth. Why are they all frowny-faced?
Yep.
Boss time. I hope my tune changes. I hope Tears knocks it out of the park, but then again, I hope that for every game. So, first boss, Goma. She's a little different this time around. Okay, so that does nothing. Camera is not my friend here. Elder Scrolls 6. I don't want the last game I play to be Elder Scrolls 6. I'm sorry, but no. Yeah, sure, here's my analysis of the teaser. They didn't show us jack! There's your analysis. Any questions? That barely is a teaser. That's a, we're working on it. Sometime in the future. That's not even a teaser. There's mountains. Whoa, ho, ho, ho! Everyone. Guys, girls. Mountains exist! Holy crap! Did you believe this concept? Grass exists. There might be a sky? Like, there might even be wind and clouds? There might even be gameplay! You never know, though. This is, an Elder Scrolls game, so who knows. See you around, Ross. What am I doing with this stupid fight? Let's see here. Yeah, DOS 3 is pretty likely, I'd say. We better take a picture of her. Okay, so, like, I'm confused here because I don't even see that. Oh, there it is. God damn it. Hey. Now that we're on the verge of death. As it should be. Hi. Alright, this is Goma. Round 2. Yeah, look, Toon Link's victory dance is adorable. So there is a bit of Hylian dialogue here, only a very, very small amount. But I'll read it for you. You're welcome. Harsh! Who? Oh. How did you know I'd be here? Well, Prince Kamali, don't you have something you want to say? I heard everything from Medley. Arsh, thank you so much. I'm sorry I mistrusted you. Hope I can be like you someday. No, you don't. You will, Kamali, I just know it. Right, Arsh? So, here! I want you to take this. Yeah, it's called Din's Pearl. Giving you the thing I value most will give me the courage I need to stand up to bad things. You received Din's Pearl. Yay! The great Valu is grateful to you, Arsh. You know. Oh, hero. Oh, thank you. And then he says, use the wind of the wind god. Use the wind god's wind? That's what he said, but I don't understand. I wonder what it means. Wind god's wind. I wonder if it has anything to do with that wind shrine through that tunnel. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I almost forgot. The great Valu also names you a true hero. I agree with him. As far as we're concerned, you really are a hero. I'm gonna go visit Valu. I'll come see you sometime with the best pair of wings ever. By the way, notice he has no wings. Because again, they're magic. Thanks so much, Arsh. See you again someday. Oh god, a completely procedural game. So, Starfield, in other words. Sorry, just checking something real quick here. Yep, that's what I thought. Alright. Seen Ganon sent those monsters to this place. But that would mean... There's no time to lose. We must depart at once for the place where the next pearl sleeps. We sail to the south. I would if I could. Unfortunately, we cannot depart till the wind blows to the south. It would be a fatal mistake to set sail under such an unstable breeze. There's supposed to be a wind god. Yeah, sure. Alright, so. Goes that way. Yeah, that's a mighty nice breeze. My name's Zephyrs, god of winds. See the new Wind Waker, are you? More credits. Great, great. For a beginner, you've got a nice wind sense about you. I like you, kid. Tune you just picked up, it gives you control over the direction the wind blows. Depending on how it's used, the wind can be a good thing or a very bad thing. If you want an example being a bad thing, you should see my brother. It saddens me to say my brother Cyclos is spiffed about his monument being broken, and now spends his time creating cyclones to torment people with. So if you encounter any cyclones, chastise my brother, will you? And that is my request for you. Bye.
Yep.
Hey.
You asshole. Okay, fine. Almost assuredly not, you're a no. Man, that was a long and arduous way to change the wind. Good thing we don't have to do that anymore, right?
Hey.
Do I have a... There we go. I guess I do have a compass. What? Oh, they're right there, small fry. Can I help you? I don't know where you got your mitts on that sea chart there, but it looks to me like it's probably got nothing but sea drawn on it. It's pathetic. In fact, it's almost an insult to call that thing a sea chart, if you ask me. It's about a small fry. I'm just trying to be nice here. I'm telling you, you got a problem, and you do. Don't be that stupid, that fied look. It makes you look like you ought to be in diapers. Just listen, okay? I'm here to teach you what. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Hi, Cinematic Sith. Wait, what are you doing? No! Wow, look at that incredibly detailed thing. There's a real peculiar cave towards the back side of this here island. Real peculiar, but I doubt you'll get there unless you manage to sprout wings and fly, that is. Because you won't be getting there otherwise. So I can teach you, small fry. Actually, we've already done that, but thanks, boy. Yep, we can use bait to get you out, and you'll give us secrets, and that's cool. Can we move on, please? Boy there, you. Kingly red guy. I've done. That's it. I've repaid my debt. I'm done. You take care of the rest. Bye. Sure thing, buddy. So when can we get the new sale? Right now. We do need money, though. Hey, cat. So let's give 15,000 negatives for the graphics, I think, obviously. I mean, they're too cartoony. Can you even call this a Zelda game? Honestly. Yep, that's why we got a part-time job at the Postman's. Although, actually, we should have enough money right now. That's why I bothered to get that 200 thing. Only like 2 so far, Savicom. I suppose it would be faster if I did this. Make the wind go west. That's true. We threw medley, not vice versa. Actually dock. Almost like we're a real boat. Almost, but not quite. Also, fun fact, you can drown, like, right here. It's a challenge for speedrunners, because they usually get here and, you know, without a boat. Okay, so let's go up here. Let's get the Song of Time really quick. That's going to be important. That's it. That's the rhythm I've been trying to recall. I can feel it. I can feel it, guy.
Yeah! Yeah! Woo!
That, please never do. No, no, stop, stop. Never do that again. That's it. That's it. It's perfect. I'm perfect. Let the sun shine on. No, I said... Hey, what's the matter? Nothing happened. Nothing at all. Why? It's because you suck. And nobody loves you. Your parents abandoned you because you were like this. This is your fault. It's also why they broke up with each other. And why Santa didn't come that one year. It's all your fault. What? Okay, that might be too harsh. So let's save. So tonight's auction is about to begin. Yes, yes, I understand how auctions work. Thank you. Yes, let's do it. You're completely fine with me not explaining the auction to you. Am I correct in assuming this? I'm fine with that. How many attempts do you think this is going to take right here? Thank you, your bargain-loving people, for joining this evening. Dear me, what a turnout. The auction's about to try, yes. What are we supposed to pop up as our first item of the evening? I'm so excited I can't stop sniffling! The calm before the auction storm always makes my nose run. Treasure chart. Yeah, I don't care. So let's see, we've got 2 treasure charts, a heart piece, and the thing we actually care about. Oh, we can actually quit. Pretty much the same general problem. There's a lot of RNG to this game. I've seen speedrunners hate this game because of how much RNG is in collecting stuff in this one. And that's only really for 100%ing, but it still does kind of suck. I mean, like the earlier, the battleship minigame. That's not a great minigame. It's extraordinarily random, and it's pretty much pure luck based on what you can get and how. Even if you know the patterns to look for, which, good freaking luck, by the way. Another treasure chart. This is a 2. Buckle in. This is a piece of heart, but I don't care. There really is only one thing I'm going to get here. Thing is, I like this item, and it's a good addition to the game. In fact, I would call it a mandatory addition to the game, which is why putting it in the auction house is such a dick move. I would like to, and this is not an argument, or not an argument, excuse me, not a joke. I would like to argue for 2 negatives for this. 1 negative for the auction house in general, and 1 negative for locking behind the best item in the game behind the auction house. Thoughts? Like, FF6 is going to get a negative for the auction house for pretty much the same exact reason. But at least you just get 2 random magicites for completion's sake. And some relics if you feel like it. Here, this is like the item of the game. I'm not joking. You'll see what I mean in just a second. If it ever actually pops up, we're up to what, 3 now? And you have to do this every single time. I'm just mashing. I'm just mashing. Exactly, Frieza. It's arguably even worse. I'm actually talking myself up to 3 negatives for this. Because I'm comparing this to other auctions and other games. A piece of heart. No, I'm not going to waste my rupees on that. I don't feel like farming. Like, honestly, did you see how long... Let's time this. I'm going to set a timer. Or actually, I'm going to watch a timer. And see how long it takes just to get from entering the room to figure out what it's going to be. So we're starting at 45 seconds. And we're going to go as fast as we can here. We're going to mash the entire time. Let's see how long it takes to get to the point where you can see what the next item is. And that's why I'm arguing a second half, because this is a very big seconds and minutes thing. Look at this. There it is. Jesus Christ. That was 20 seconds to get from walking in to getting the item to actually be displayed. And 32 seconds. Hold on. Oh yeah, this technique. Oh, that's another thing. This thing is 100 rupees as a baseline. Its actual price is random. Because, you know, auction house. Okay, so I want to bid, 120. 130. What's with this kid? How much allowance does he get? And then this happens. They get stunned for a few seconds and cannot actually raise the price anymore. Then they raise the price more because they're dicks. Is he serious? What a brat. Hey, Art Monzo. And let's stun them again. It's cheaper. It's cheaper to just stun them. Can't believe a kid's rolling in dough. And the third one should do it. We need to lock this in, though. There's no way I'm missing out on this stupid thing. So about that FF6 auction taking longer thing, Blade Travol. Give me that. 220 rupees isn't that bad. Congratulations! Yeah, this is why I've been trying to get money. The entire playthrough up to this point, by the way, is in preparation for this. Now, the good news is this is still a positive, this stupid thing. Or more accurately, it's actually probably more like a... Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I'm actually arguing with myself. This might actually be a removal of a negative instead of a presence of a positive. But the Swift Sale... Well, here, I'll show you what the Swift Sale does. So, the Swift Sale makes you go substantially faster, and, this is the important part, automatically puts the wind at your back. Completely removing huge negatives that this game would have gotten otherwise. So, yeah, that's a pretty big removal of negatives right there. It's just, why did they put it in the auction house? I'm so confused by that. So I've had a theory for a while now, Armanso, as we've been going through the Zelda series, that rupees aren't physically gems, they are gratitude crystals, magical crystals, which means you could have, like, those can just kind of be generated. They don't really need to be coming from a source in the strictest sense of the word. You know, you don't need to mine rupees, right? So the auction. Probably a Blade Travol. Which is why it makes sense that in a couple of the Zeldas, they actually use rupees to fund things directly. Fund is the wrong word. Power. Batteries. You generate rupees and then you spend them to power things. It's a natural money sink. Yeah, Minish Cap is a good example. We see a little bit of this in Twilight Princess. We've seen a little bit of this in some of the games we've covered, including Link Between Worlds. It's not something they've ever said on camera, but what started off as an idle thought has actually codified into a real theory, because the more I see of the Zeldas, the more I'm paying attention with the review level of analysis. It makes sense that is kind of the direction we're going in. So we do kind of want another heart piece. That would be kind of cool right about now. So let's say... let's go back to Dragon Roost. Where are we at? Where's my map? Where's my map? Map. What? Oh, yeah, okay, thanks. What are you doing? You asshole. Okay. So I'm not going to do it to you. But what do you want to bet the fastest method of traversal is now that we have the Swift thing? That's right, it's this. I'm not joking. It's noticeably faster. You can tell just by watching it. But like I said, I don't really hate you that much. So I won't make you listen to that. I also wish there was music at night. I don't know, Hardboiled One. You know, that's a good point, Sopicom. Die! Die for making me play Zelda 1! If it is Little One, I'm not sure of how to do so. Yeah, it's actually funny you say that, Art Monso, because we know you can go pretty fast in this game. And not really cause issues. Speedrunners do it all the time. Not even taskers, just speedrunners. You can zip in this game. Good evening. We have one letter. To my son's superior. Ooh, I am a superior now. Thank you very much for looking after my boy. This isn't much, but I hope you'll accept it all the same. I politely request you continued kindness towards my son. Lady, for a heart piece, I'll do a lot. I'm just saying. Oh, you know what? I bet I know how to zoom out the camera. I bet I know. It's the button I've been going out of my way not to use this entire time. Let's find out. Hey, there we go. There we go. Oh, that's better. All right, hang on. All right, so now what I want to do. Yep, he had to pay for his son to have a friend. It's weird when I think about it. Oh my god, it's like perfect time for this. I don't know why it zooms in like that. And yes, on the GameCube, sorry. Most of the speedruns I'm familiar with in this game are actually on the GameCube version. They have different tricks in the Wii U version. Fun tricks, but different. Now, where is it? Where's the moon? Where's the moon? Where are you, moon? Up, up, up. There we are.
Yep.
Can we have music, please? You know, da-na-na-na-na-da. Okay, hang on. I'll figure this out. Okay, where am I? Okay. Music! Yay! Noise. No, Kitten Fin, no! Ignore the storm. It's fine. It's just little water. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Whee! I call this the speedboat method. It noticeably slows us down when we get into, like, the actual loading zone of an island, doesn't it? Oh yeah, by the way, this is the other reason for the benefit of having the islands visible in the distance. Obviously, I mentioned the story benefit earlier, but there's a gameplay benefit too. You can tell where the hell you're going, even if you're not looking at the map. Nobody understands how I feel. Nobody! Not you! Anybody! Wait. Are you trying to tell me you understand how I feel? Completely. How about a little test? Why don't you take a pictograph of the first perfectly round, pale thing you can think of and show it to me? Show me something that's exactly the same as my favorite thing, and you win. I'll acknowledge that you understand the inner workings of my heart and mind. Sure thing, buddy. Here you go. That's right. That certainly is the pictograph I was looking for. The correct answer is the full moon. Unrequited love may have twisted me up inside. Oh my god, it's a teenager. But I can still find peace when I gaze at the timeless moon. And of all her phases, I particularly love gazing at the full moon. I know I caused you a lot of trouble, but thanks. I really mean it. I want you to have this for your efforts. A little reward to ease the pain of a troubled heart. It supposedly has a spot on it where sunken treasure lies. I don't have a boat, so I can't leave the island to look for it anyways. Tonight I'll be asking the knight to help you find the treasure. Yeah, I don't have the claw yet, but thanks, kid. That was a color picture. See? Pictures in color. Absolutely, little one. You kidding me? Thank you for reminding me, though. Some notes by that. Alright, I'm going the wrong way. Ooh. Hey, I've had something on my mind ever since the pictographer who lives in the red brick told me my fortune. He told me if I send a beautiful picture of myself to the one who's captured my heart, true love will blossom in return. So I couldn't help but notice you have a picto box, don't you? Do you think you take a pictograph of me to the apple of my eye? Maybe he'll notice my affections.
Keep me out of this.
Really? How splendid. Be sure to get my good side. Okay. Kids, could you, like, get out of the way, please? Oh my god, get out of the way! Oh my god, those kids are gonna screw up this picture. Okay, here we go. That should be good. That should be wrong. There we go. Let's try that again. Yes. After you do a little click and take my pictograph, be sure to take it to him for me. Then surely he'll never notice you. He doesn't love you. He only wants you for your money.
Yep.
When he's used you up and spat you out, just like all the others, there will be no one left in his way. Oh, a pictograph, eh, buddy? Yes, Art Monson, we've already finished Dragon Roost Cavern. Actually, buddy, this is the girl I've had my eye on lately. Oh, she really is that pretty. I mean, just seeing this pictograph reminds me of how gorgeous she is. Yeah, she's totally hot. But no, I'll never be happy with just a mere pictograph. Never! I've made my decision. I'm going to get that girl to go out with me. It's got to be done, buddy. I've got it. Maybe I'll better join me at the cafe bar. For coffee, of course. Oh my god, they have coffee, Savacom. What's her name, anyway? You don't know her name? Hey, mission accomplished. Maybe he'll come tomorrow. Yeah, that's a thing that might happen. I don't think I have Yura, no. She's gone. Ugh, young love. Foolishness wasted on the foolish. Oh, she's not here. She must be in love. Why else would anybody ever be willing to endure coffee, if not for true love? Hey, you. Listen to this, will you? I did it. I worked up courage and talked to her, and it was totally the right move. You know why? Because she likes me. She actually likes me. Did she know your name before she started dating you? The two of us are going to start dating. Don't we make a delightful couple? I'm so happy, and I'm going to share some happiness with you. Thanks. Adorable. Joking aside. Yes, yes. Coffee will push through all the pain. Or vice versa. Is Mario in this? Yes. He's actually right here. There he is. Real talk, I'm not sure if Mario is in this. I was actually just logging my brain there, because, like, obviously he was in, you know, Ocarina and Majora. I'm not sure if he was in this one. And I want the wind to face north. It's a pretty incredible wind we got blowing right now. Funny thing about this Ferris wheel is the fact it doesn't matter how strong it is, it won't budge unless someone presses the power switch. I don't know why they didn't make it like a regular old windmill. That would have been way better. Where's the switch? Where's the switch? Okay. Oh, you missed it, Kitten Fan. We got the heart piece on that already. For the one and only try, we did it. For the second time in a row. Aha! Thank you. Wee. Wielder of the flaming arrow. When you appear, the lighthouse signal should return to light the seas at night. Oh, we don't have that yet. All for nothing. Just like in real life. No, what? Oh, hey. I can rob this guy. I do love robbing people. I don't think so, Armanzo, no. I'm not even sure I can do that right now. Listen, Trihaxia. All I want to do is rob and kill people, okay? Is that so much to ask? There they are, having their extremely torrid affair. Behold! Allow me to think. Yes, I first started searching for pictographs that recorded true beauty about 10 years ago. How interesting. Huh? Who's there? What are you doing here? You're trying to give me a heart attack? You're the one who likes to sneak up on people. Remember? You even said that. Now that I think on it, just how'd you get in here? I never even noticed you. What? I'll have you know I've only come here to take to have him take a pictograph of my exceptionally beautiful skin. I've been a huge fan of pictographs for a long time now. So don't go taking this the wrong way. Okay, well there's only one way to prove this. Let's get further away. Maybe that one. I mean, there's not a lot to do, so... Yeah, one last attempt, because I'm not sure that took. Keep hitting the wrong button. Eh, alright, whatever. Out I go. Yeah, that's another thing. They gotta keep the population up. There's not a lot of people who are around here. So, you know that brick building? Well, the gentleman though, there's such class. I know, that mysterious pictographer Lenzo is so dreamy. He makes my heart go aflutter. But do you actually think the rumors could be true? Is he devoted to someone special? He just seems too serious about his work to be involved with somebody. The lucky lad. Who could she be? I wish someone would take a pictograph of the two of them together so we could see if the rumors are to be true. Boop. Oh, this is the pictograph. Pictographer, Lenzo, and that pictograph-loving lady. I guess we were completely wrong about Lenzo having a girlfriend. Looks as though they're just old friends. How would you know this from this picture? Thanks for setting us straight. We should stop spreading idle gossip like that. Yeah? You've taught us the error of our ways, and I thank you. We're going to give you something nice. It's total trash. My naughty little boy found this somewhere. I'm sure you'll like it. Yep, the hens are picking. Yeah, that's what, 4 people on this island who are all very into who they're into, and who other people are also into. Anyways, Yes, but nobody's into the dancer. Of course. So, let's talk about negatives, shall we? I'm going to put the controller down here. By the way, this is the improved speed. We actually can't go anywhere in the Great Sea right now. There's narrow corridors which we're allowed to traverse on. Anywhere else, the king... You've actually already seen it, because they did it on accident. The king is like, hey, you can't go there. Oh, it's much faster. I've proven that. But, man... So we've got a medieval, or not medieval, sorry, we've got a Midwestern Zelda. We've got a space Zelda. What else could we wrangle here? Starfield... No, we want good Zelda games, Jabez. You know, I'm not sure, Monzo. I think we do, yeah. Because all we have here is, like... Yeah, the charts. Yeah, we can't even do anything with those yet. Damn it, I see what I mean? He literally turns you around. I went the wrong way a little bit because I wasn't paying attention. And he's like, hey! Hey! 1 second. Good afternoon, Evo. But yeah, no, I like the idea of a Western Zelda. I've said that several times. But a space Zelda sounds interesting, too. They've already dipped their toes into sci-fi several times, and the original Zelda was supposed to be a sci-fi game, so... So this is the problem with this game in a nutshell, and this is, in my opinion, one of the ways in which this game is pretty weak compared to any other Zelda, with the possible exception of Skyward Sword, which shares the exact same problem. This is the overworld. There's not even as much to do as there is in Phantom. Like, Phantom at least has a bunch of stuff you can do as you're going, but you're just traveling here. Now, there is stuff in the sea. In fact, there's actually a lot of stuff in the sea, but as you can see, it's weird how much time can pass with you doing absolutely freaking nothing. Now, as you can see, they've mastered submarine technology. Not that it'll save them. I think you're right, Kat. Considering how much of this game is on the cutting room floor because of the crunch and the, hey, finish the game now or else. I mean, God's sakes. There are 2 entire dungeons that aren't even in the game. Like, really think about how much content that is for a Zelda game. To just lose 2 entire dungeons. A rushed game, etc. Lunch was good. Thank you for asking, Evo. It's shiny, Just Rob TV. Let's see what rises up from the horizon. Here's where we must go, the Forest Haven. I shouldn't have to tell you where this was in Ocarina. It may appear as though this is a great tree rising far above the ocean's surface, but it's a sacred place. It's the inside of this grotto that you'll find the spirit of Earth, the great Deku Tree. You must speak with the Deku Tree and receive from him the sacred gem known as Farore's Pearl. I fear Ganon's vile hand may have already reached this most sacred of sanctuaries. Go with caution, Arsh. I'm glad you're liking it, Holt Bolt. I like it when people like things, and I like it when I recommend things that they actually like. It's a win-win. Well, I'm being eaten alive. And thus did the hero of wind get eaten. The end. So these are what Deku scrubs look like in this particular time. Or not scrubs, sorry, Deku plants. Ooh, there, game. Ooh, there. Yeah. We're not going to give a negative till we get there, Art Monson. You know why? Because, first of all, I don't like to do that in general. Things aren't always as bad as we remember, just like things aren't always as good as we remember. But the second reason, and much more importantly, we might give more than one negative to that. In fact, we probably will give more than one negative for that. But I don't like giving negatives till we're there. That's how the system works. There are precious few games I'm willing to give negatives and positives before we get there, and those are all in the veteran category. We don't have a lot of those left at this point. Agreed, Holt Bolt. A lot of challenge runs, a lot of fun stuff, and of course a lot of player choice in how you play the game. Which is something I'm really big on. Come on. Oh, for God's sakes. Come on, Link. So there's the Great Deku Tree. It's got some acne problems. Yes, Ocarina introduced the Deku Tree to the series. Your appearance. Could you be the legendary hero of time? Did the king finally find the hero of time? What? Don't you understand the Hylian language? Oh, so you're not the hero of time. I must apologize. I was in error. I saw your clothing, and suddenly I felt a longing for an age gone by. That longing caused the ancient tongue to pass my lips. I am the guardian spirit of the Forest Haven, the Deku Tree. I owe you many thanks for your aid in ridding me of those foul creatures. Tell me, was it not the King of Red Lions, the boat who speaks, who led you to this place? And yeah, if you're playing a New Game Plus run, it'll actually just show up on the screen. But for some reason, I don't have my save game from the last time I played this game on this Wii U. So we're just using the translation. You have come in search of the Pearl of the Goddess. I see. I knew there was a reason the monsters had begun to congregate in the regions around my wood, and now I understand it. He has returned. Ganon has returned. In that case, we must make haste. Koroks, little children of the woods. This traveler is not your enemy. Let your hearts be at ease, and show yourselves. I hate you, Koroks. I hate you so much. In another game, not in this game. No, Evo. Breath was unique for introducing that. Arsh, we are the Koroks, spirits of the forest. Once upon a time long ago, the Koroks took human forms, but when they came to live on the sea, they took these shapes. Now they fear people, but to me they will be my cherished little children. Oh, 100%, Mr. Red. As it happens, you have come in time for a ceremony that the Koroks hold about once a year. It's about to begin. I shall grant the pearl to you once their ceremony is complete. I must apologize for the brief delay, but if a ceremony is not completed soon, an ill fate could befall us. So let it begin. Are you ready, my children? We are not. Oh, great Deku Tree, something terrible has happened. It's Makar! Makar! What's the matter, Linda? You and Makar are always late. No, it's not that, great Deku Tree. Makar fell into the Forbidden Woods. What? The Forbidden Woods? I told him to be careful, but Makar still flew above the Forbidden Woods, and as he drew close to it... Foolish little Makar. Arsh, have you heard all this? The Forbidden Woods are right beside the hallowed island of our forest haven. Those woods, the whole region is a vile place, home to evil beasts. Now it seems they have taken a child of the forest named Makar. Your presence here is no mistake, I deem. The King of the Red Lions likely brought you here, expecting great deeds of you. I am sorry to ask this of you, but can you go rescue young Makar for me? But, great Deku Tree, people cannot fly through the air. Yes, thank you, child. You are right. It's not possible to enter those woods from the sea, is it? Arsh, I would guess from your size you are heavier than my Korok children. You just call me fat? Yet I think we may still be able to solve this dilemma. You may use this item that once again will lead to Skyward Sword. Or not Skyward Sword, sorry. Breath of the Wild. Can you get up there and get the leaf? Yeah, sure. Why not? So Kat asks, will I play all the 3 CDI games in this marathon? And the answer is, of course not. This is a Zelda marathon, so we're only playing Zelda games. So yes, if it's not really obvious by this point, like, there's been some hints and some details, but for the most part, you can assume from this whatever you want. This is the island where it becomes very clear that this is the land of Hyrule. And this, or I guess this is above the land of Hyrule. And that this is a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time. We don't know the specifics of why and how yet. We'll get to that later. But all you need to know right now is this dude right here. That is the Deku Tree Sprout who sprouted at the end of Ocarina. And all these Korok dudes, these used to be the Kokiri. The Redwoods were once our home. We were peaceful back then. I would guess the homes should still exist somewhere deep within the woods. Look for stump-shaped houses. Thanks, kid. You know about the flower? It's called a Baba Bud. You stand in front of it and do this thing, and there's this cool thing, and blah, blah, blah. Tutorial. Okay. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to have happen. And yes, this is the only legend... Well, I mean, this and Phantom Hourglass, and Spirit Tracks, and Four Swords Legends, and arguably Breath of the Wild, although Tears may prove that wrong, are the only Zeldas where there's no hero of legend timeline / through line. You're quite good at that, Mr. Knight. Just keep going until you get to the top. If you shoot out face in the wrong direction, don't panic. Okay. That's not helpful, but sure. How am I supposed to get to that one over there? Aha! Okay, that was very strange. Either way, no, Art Monzo, obviously not. Sorry, this is not a lore run. Although, even in lore runs, we don't spoil things like that. So, in general, no spoilers is always going to be the rule. For anything... So, I feel embarrassed to actually have to explain this. So, let's say there's a game. Let's just make something up for a second here. And let's say in this game, it turns out that Mr. Ed is secretly the axe murderer, okay? We learn that about halfway through the game. But in this same game, it turns out that Mr. Ed is actually not Mr. Ed at all. He's Mr. Blue. We learned that at the end of the game. So the spoiler policy there would actually be pretty logical, right? We don't spoil that Mr. Red is the killer until we find that out. And from that point onwards, it's okay to go ahead and spoil the fact that Mr. Red is the killer, because we're already past that point, okay? However, we are not okay to spoil the fact that Mr. Red is Mr. Blue, because we don't find that out towards the end. So we don't actually talk about that until the end of the game. Does that make sense? Oh my god, why is this not working? Jesus. Could I at least get some, like, shortcutting? Oh yeah, by the way, and this is 100% going to be a negative to gameplay. Even ignoring the obvious awkwardness of this whole sequence and the punishing nature of screwing up, as we've already shown multiple times, this is time-consuming as hell. Like, even if you do it perfectly. There. Give me the damn thing. So this gives us wind power. Get it? The forest temple thing gives us wind power. This game is only playable, the version of the game we're playing right now is only playable on one thing that exists at all, and that is the Wii U. This thing. You already mastered using the Deku Leaf, but since you're so much heavier than we are, you can't fly very far, can you? How unfortunate. Anyway, this is the exit that leads to the Forbidden Woods where our brother Makar is being held. Please take care of Makar. I will kill him immediately. Fear not. And now mana potions can drop, because now we have a mana bar. So there's our next dungeon. Dungeon 2. Or technically 3. Congratulations, swordsman. Appears you've finally gotten the Deku Leaf. That eerie-looking island over there is home to the Forbidden Woods. Makar is trapped somewhere within there. You'll have to float over the entrance using the Deku Leaf, but when you're flying, you're at the mercy of the wind. So don't fall into the sea. If only the wind were blowing in the right direction. If only we had the power to change the direction of the wind. Okay, so now that we have taken control of the elements, as we do... Thank you, Hive King, for the sub, as always. Much obliged. Much appreciate. That's not the donation thing. Here we go. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, Hive King, please let me know. This is also probably going to be our Zelda game with the most external continuity positives of all of them. I'm leaning towards no, Art Matzo, because I don't think it deserves a positive, to be totally honest with you. I don't. I'm going to get all the figurines. Next question. Am I going to get all the photos? Jeez. That's a good point, though. How many negatives should we give those quests? I think you're right, Kat. So, the merchant. The what? Okay, I just Googled merchant and came up with nothing. So I don't actually know what you're referencing. I'm sorry. How many negatives did we give Koroks? Let's look that up. Let's take a moment. Oh, merchant. Oh god, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know this game well enough to give a judgment on that right off the top of my head. So let's look at Breath of the Wild. How many negatives did we give Koroks? Because we debated that for quite a while, and everyone in chat was like, no! Koroks are not negative because they're optional! And they were all wrong, but we did actually debate that quite a bit. And what we came up with was 3. So if Koroks, which is one of the worst side quests in the history of gaming, gets 3, I think we'll give the pictures 2. Hang on. Excuse me. Hang on, let's look up some things here. Let's do our due diligence, shall we? It's some music going, Jesus Christ. See, that's why I wanted to check it, Frieza. This is why I like using precedence. So I would play some Zelda music, but you know what I want to play instead? I think this song will fit this area. That's not the right song. There it is. Okay, let's see. Okay, so there's the Nintendo Gallery quest, which is insanity. And then there's the figurine collection. Looks like, are these the same quests? At this exact point in time, Evo? They did get rid of the Tingle Tuner for this version of the game, so I don't know what they did exactly. Yeah, the Tingle Bottle was for interacting with the Weaverse thing, which is gone. So it's been replaced by nothing. From a modern sense. So I think I'm going to walk back 2 negatives. I think we'll only go with 1 negative. Because it doesn't give you anything at all other than the figurines. And that's helpful. Nothing's locked behind it. And also, they did add a couple of quality of life features in this version of the game to help you figure out which pictures were good and blah, blah, blah. So, fine. We will only give it 1 negative. So, give me a second, Evo. I'm not ignoring you. I can never ignore you, Evo. It's because she's got these symbols that she's crashing the whole time. It's really hard to ignore that. You can't tune that out, you know? I mean, I'm never getting all the heart pieces in this game, I swear to God. There's a few, and some of them are just kind of... Oh my gosh. Double checking a few things here really quick. We could get blue potions right now. We're not, but we could. Sorry, I'm reading up on some stuff. So I'm not sure about that. So what's... do you know the name of the merchant quest, Artmonso? Because the specific name will help me to figure out which one you're talking about exactly. Unless it's... Oh, I think I found it. Zunari. This sounds correct. Okay, so we get the town flower to 3 merchants who are in these other 3 spots. Upon trading them to give us something else, we pay a fee. If the new items are linked, they'll form a merchant's oath. And they'll ship that to their Zenari that sells the object at the same price as the merchants, except in the case of the hero's flag and the fountain idol. We can get the magic armor. And a piece of heart, which... Oh my god. It costs 560 rupees. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry, 755 rupees to get that piece of heart while getting everything on the way. Jesus Christ. How do we get the armor? Because I don't give a crap about the piece of heart. These are not 100% runs. These are PFR runs. And if you don't know what PFR is, you type !PFR in chat right now. Did you know? So the magic armor in this game is exactly... It uses magic to make you invincible. That's actually not super useful, all things considered. We might not do that at all. Yeah, no kidding, little one. We have other better things to spend rupees on. Let's not add to our workload here, shall we? I mean, that's a nice little side thing, and I like the merchanty thing, and I like you do it in whatever order, too. In order to get access to the armor, and the heart piece, and just money. But let's... So, I suppose the answer to your question, Artmonso, is no, we will actually not be doing that quest this time around. I'm not going to ding it, though. I don't think that's ding-worthy. And of course, yeah, the open world not being open for several sections of it is certainly something that doesn't help any. Moving on. I mean, yeah, no, that's flat impossible, Frieza. I'm not even gonna try for that. Get some mana here really quick. Nice job, Swordsman. Looks like you already mastered using your Deku Leaf. You're a quick study. First thing you should do is cut down the grass to replenish your magic power. The entrance is at a much higher level than the entrance to forest level, so you're gonna have to catch an updraft. If you time your jump just right and do this tutorial. If you do this tutorial right, you might tutorial. So, Evo, if the Bastion found the world that is in this current state... So part of the problem is, well, this world is on the verge of total destruction and is one bad storm or one bad harvest away from literal extinction. They're not really like... This isn't the kind of thing that's really the Bastion's job, if that makes any sense. The people are fine. It's the terrain that's the problem. The question is, what do we do to help out with, you know, the fact that there's this horrible sea death going on under there? So I suppose since this has already been spoiled, we can go and talk about this. So the Rito are the Zora. The Zora got turned into the Rito. Okay, that makes sense. You're probably wondering, how does that make sense? How do you go from being a water people into being bird people? Well, first of all, obviously, a lot is done to emphasize the fact that they are not actually innately bird people. They require external magical stimuli to be able to fly at all. Oh my god. Okay. We made it, we made it. Oh, we almost didn't make it. We made it. Whew! That was... Hi. So that makes sense. But there's actually two other reasons. First and foremost, the whole point of the magical flood is to seal away everything down below. If the Zora can just swim through the water, that's not very sealed, is it? But there's actually a second reason, which I think is more compelling, personally. So, we know that this is a magically sealed water. It's not really a sea. There aren't, you know, bacteria and plants and animals living in this sea. There's just debris from the world below, and that's kind of it. I would posit that this is actually non-survivable. That the Zoras literally could not survive in the Great Sea. They had to be mutated into something that could survive above ground. And so, at some point or another, someone along the line realized that, and, you know, and pulled a night elf on them. That's my take, anyways. So, sorry. I haven't actually finished answering your question yet, dearest of all Evos. So... It's important that I establish what I just did, though, because you have to understand that sea is non-survivable, right? That's why this setting is kind of doomed, why they are still technically, you know, in mid-apocalypse. Probably tracks, yeah. Because if they don't get changed, if the society, or the society, if the culture, still the wrong word, if the environment around them, sorry, I have a huge headache and I'm tired. If the environment around them does not improve, this is non-sustainable. They will eventually die out, even from something as basic as starvation. The only benefit is the water's potable, because again, that's not salt water out there. So, what would likely happen is we would get something like Factor involved, instead of the Bastion. Be like, alright, look, what can we do with this place? And Factor would study the place and find out that it's a, you know, a maintained seal, a magical seal on the previous Hyrule, and it's like, okay, what do we do about that? And obviously they could just try to shut it down, or get the goddesses to shut it down, or go find the Triforce and get that to shut it down. Removing Ganondorf from the equation would probably help as well. But at the end of the day, I think the easiest and simplest answer is the very same answer that these people actually come into on their own. So what would probably actually happen is the Imperial agents present would look into the situation, determine... Well, no, I'm saying this wrong. Look into the situation, study it, come to the conclusions that we've already mentioned here, and then decide, well, okay, let's see if these people figure it out for themselves, and we're going to monitor. If we see this place start to kind of fall apart, what? Yeah, thanks, game. Monitor it. See if things start to really go bad, right? Because if things really start to go bad, then yeah, we need to, you know, we need to get involved. We need to interfere. Make sense? Otherwise, just leave them to their own devices. They'll figure it out. Indeed, they do. That leads to Phantom Hourglass and, more importantly, Spirit's Tracks. I mean, it makes sense, Art Monso. Zelda games are very rarely overt with their darkness. Majora's Mask is usually considered the darkest Zelda, but honestly, I think that's not really true. I think that's just because it is so much more obvious about it. Link to the Past is arguably a darker game than Majora's Mask. But you wouldn't know that from looking at it, right? Until you get to the Skull Woods, anyways. I think you're right, little one. Am I saying your name right at all, by the way? I keep worrying about that, because I'm stupid. Hey. Okay. I accept this. I forget what Windfall used to be, but if you give me a second, I'll tell you. I've actually got notes about that. Oh my god, really? Okay, can I see down, please? We'll just go on faith. Okay. I just want to get names correct. People screw up my names all the time, right? Let's see. Windfall. Yes, Windfall is Kakariko. Dragon Roost is Death Mountain. The Forest Haven is the Lost Woods, and a little bit of Zora's River. In fact, actually, to be more accurate, this is the Lost Woods, and the place we were just at is actually closer to the Kokiri area. And we've already seen the Gerudo Desert, which is the Forsaken Fortress, and we've already seen Lake Hylia, which is Outset Island, and I think that's it for the moment. Do I think Tears will rate better than Breath? Yeah. I'm honestly going to be shocked if Tears doesn't rate better than Breath. I need to go apologize to Ross later about that, too. I could have said that more diplomatically than I did. Oh, it's well past my cutoff time, but we're not really doing a family dinner thing tonight. So I can stream as long as I want to, and nobody can stop me! It's okay. If you insist, little one, I will... Because once it's in there, it's staying stuck. It's really hard for me to change pronunciations in my head. I am tired. I do have a headache. Therefore, I must die. That's true. I could get some work done instead of streaming. Yeah, Arkengia, I don't understand why people have such a difficulty with it. It's exactly like it's spelled.
Yep.
For my negatives for the controls, I'll tell you one thing. I'm definitely giving a positive for controls. Because, you know. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a golden feather. Because of this. Woo! I love gyro controls. Gyro controls are amazing. Excuse me. No! How did you eat me? How did you eat me? Grab that over here. You ever wonder why they program such long recovery times from getting hit in these games? Like, I wonder if they even think about that. If it even occurs to them. Or if they're just programming, you know, an animation and don't think about the consequences of that animation in gameplay. Random thoughts. I mean, Miyamoto has had this weird thing about being, oh my god, the games are too easy for ever, actually. Since Zelda 1. No, they cannot, Evo. It's assumed that younger folk are playing. Yeah, I've heard that argument before, and no offense, bullcrap. Zelda games have not been aimed at nor designed towards kids for, ever. Again, LTTP, Link's Awakening, Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time. Like, no, that's a fallacy. That's basically like saying, oh yeah, Nintendo just puts out kiddie consoles for kiddie games. No, that's stupid. That always has been. At absolute most, the most you could say is that they've got the Pixar thing going for them. I could buy that. Oh my god, game. The Pixar thing is when it looks like they're aimed at kids, but they totally aren't. I have my own terminology for that. I call it Dragon Quest effect. Why are you like this game? You know what? Screw you. I'm gonna go get this thing. Or I'm gonna bug out on the thing. Did you see that? Yeah, Hunchback of Notre Dame, which is granted Disney, not Pixar, but still, it's totally for kids. Or how about Lion King? There's a baby game for babies. Or, sorry, baby movie for babies.
Yep.
They really want their atmospheric approach to music, don't they? I'm not sure what I think of that. Rupees! Wow, that was worth my time and effort.
Yep.
Why does it keep doing this? Like, I've even maintained the correct side of these things, and it's like, oh, we're going to go the other way. Why? Maybe I could just do this. Okay, that seems to work better. Jesus. Let me in. So I should explain why that keeps happening, because that's happened like 4 times now. In every other Zelda game we've played, drop and throw are the same button. What changes is whether or not you are moving when you do it, right? In this game, there's a throw button and there's a drop button. So you're just standing still. Really, game? Just standing still leads to me throwing it. I don't mind that, it's just, again, it's taking me a bit to get used to it because I'm used to every other Zelda game. So, drop. Would also be nice if I could turn properly instead of having the Red Dead Redemption problem, but I've already complained about that. I shan't complain more. Okay. And yeah, I like the idea of giant death tentacles. That's what I need in my life, really. Is giant death tentacles. I like the idea of what Crazy Clownman just mentioned in chat. That, you know, Hyrule has always been a tragic place. It's just... now it's getting even worse. Because in addition to all the existing cyclical tragedy, you know, there's a whole lot of people who just cannot let go of the past, and it's quite literally choking the life out of everything. Like I said earlier, this is non-sustainable. These people cannot live here anymore. Like, they will probably survive for a few more generations, possibly into the centuries range, but at some point or another, they have to move on. This is quite literally non-sustainable. Nothing else to add to that. And considering the follow-through on this, Spirit Tracks, which was... we've already covered at this point, but it was all about, you know, moving on, finding a new land, establishing a new home, etc. Yeah. I would say this is the same corruption from Ocarina, personally. Because, I mean, first of all, that makes perfect sense. Even though we woke up Saria in Ocarina and then got to this point, it makes perfect sense to me that they never really cleansed the woods, particularly. Especially given the fact that we know the child Deku Tree was the child Deku Tree. But probably not as capable of cleansing the woods as, say, the adult would have been had he lived. So that's probably why they moved over to the other tree over there, you know? Just kind of like, alright, we're just going to walk away from this. I hate these things so much. I don't know if I'd use Cursed, Vandalion, but something like that. Oh, absolutely, Crazy Clownman. 100%. I mean, again, listen to what everybody talks about in the towns and the islands and all the people we interact with through the course of the game. They're just circling the drain. Most people in the towns just stay there. They never leave. They never move on. They never leave their island or seek out the island or try to do anything else. They rely on whatever they can get on their particular island to survive, and whatever they can trade with the others. And we know that trade is very, very intermittent. Right? Because we know that the only real source of trade is the Ritos, who, you know, are having their own issues. And the few sailors who actually sail the waves. And there's only a handful of those. including Beetle. That's not enough. That's not sustainable. That's another thing. We don't even know exactly how much the Rito really help with trade. We know they help with communication. That's pretty codified, because the post. It's kind of an interesting idea, which I'm sure they did on accident. That Beetle is like this big, the sailor who sails the sea, trying to trade with everybody else. But it actually makes a lot of sense that only one person is really willing to brave the dead, empty sea filled with monsters and pirates. Because there's another category of people we haven't talked about. It's bandits, right? Some people in a situation like this, if they have a boat, they will use it to try and take from others. Like I said, this is still functionally a survivalist society. And there's always going to be at least some people who are going to try to survive by being raiders, or marauders, or bandits, or pirates, or whatever is appropriate to the setting, right? So Beetle's the only guy who's actually, willing to deal with that nonsense and go out there and trade, and it makes perfect sense gameplay-wise, because we need a regular merchant to interact with as a player who will always be where we are. Because there's so much area to cover that requiring us to go back to town every time to trade is just kind of silly. So, makes sense. That's true, Art Monso, and I have a couple of theories on that, which the only one I'm going to share right now is rush development time. Considering how much of the content with this game we know was cut, and we already have seen people reference pirates, plural. In fact, Tetra herself mentioned a pirate band who was a fairly basic but weak pirate band, which was consisted of people, not monsters, who have since died out and were replaced by Ganon's people recently. I imagine that there was an intent to originally have a little bit more of a pirate presence. It's also possible that that pirate presence has died out functionally at this point. Yeah, I don't think anything like that. And yeah, it's also possible that Ganondorf just kind of killed a recruit once he came out of hiding. It was like, yeah, you're working for me now. Did I make it? Jeez, that cloud took forever to go away. The Breath Rito have nothing to do with anything. The Breath Zora have nothing to do with anything. The Breath has nothing to do with anything. If there's one lesson I can impart upon people interested in Zelda lore, it's to remember that there is no unified Zelda timeline. No matter how often you tell me that that's lemonade, it is still a jar of piss. Monsters are not biological creatures, Triexia. That's true in the entire setting. Which is exactly what Little One just mentioned in chat. Whoops. Is that it? I guess we just came in here to this. I mean, that's true. They drop stuff all the time, Arspruce, but you know I'm right. There's a reason the monsters in all of the Zelda games just kind of... Link, what are you doing? What are you doing? Link, get the burrs off you, Link. There's a reason why in every Zelda game, mobs just kind of vanish into a puff of smoke. Here, I'll even demonstrate. Check it out. See that? They literally vanish into evil smoke. This has been true in all the Zeldas. The amount of the graphical fidelity they put into it is varied. But they're always Oni, right? Or Kami, I guess might be more accurate. But you get the point. They're spirit creatures. They don't actually have true physicality. So. Where am I going? Where's my map? This is a terrible map. There's also apparently a chest I missed in here. I mean, a lot of Zelda games have superior story over gameplay. That's nothing new. Worth it. Get off me. Get off me. Get off me! Oh my god! Sentient burrs. There's nightmare fuel for you. Jesus. Get off. I would say not at all, really, Trahexia. Unlike, say, Termina, which is a lot more weird. Sorry, I didn't even acknowledge. I'm sorry, Equalitas, thank you for the sub very, very much. Always appreciate. And, if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Okay. Yep. Oh, hang on. Hit the spring break. Alright, so that's going towards Sea of Stars, near Replicant, and a third thing. Anytime you don't put a third thing, by the way, I just put it towards dealer's choice, just to be very honest about that. That's an odd question, Armanzo. What about the website was broken that needed to be fixed? This way. What is this way? A key door! Hey! The donation counter being broken. God. I don't even remember that being a thing. I really don't. Oh my god, Link. There you go. Either way, whatever issue was happening years and years ago was probably fixed inside of a day. Right. It's the opposite thing, Warren. It's not what you think it is. It's probably really muddy, stagnant water. Remember, this is a cursed wood, and I don't know if you know about cursed woods in fiction. They're generally not very pleasant. Well, that's a good question, Armanza. So, there's 2 answers to that question. Or rather, there's 2 sources of the answer. Let me be more clear about my usage of words here. So, I have a blocks page on the website. You can also find it by typing !block in the chat at any point in time. That obviously details all the games that are in the blocks and the general order in which we'd be playing them when we get there. However, that information is also available on the list itself. So, for example, if you're just looking at the list and you look at City Builder block, you can just search, Control F, for City Builder block, and then it'll show you down below if you go down to the actual thing. So that you don't have to specifically go to the blocks page, because cross-referencing is good interface design, as I've said many, 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 many times. I do like how the mana regenerates for this, for this thing. Otherwise, this would be a colossal pain in the arse. Like, oh my god. I don't even know what Plutonia is, Mr. Red. I feel like you guys told me, but I've already forgotten. Anything else here? Come on, where's my map? Nope, let's just go this way. Mini-boss time. Does anybody smell something? Oh my god! Yes, that's right, it's a rocket moth. It's a rock-it moth. Burning up its fumes down here. Link's name canonically is Link, yes. And yes, that's dumb. As I've tried to come up with a parallel for how dumb this is, but honestly, I've been having trouble with it. Because saying it's like Mario's name is always Mario doesn't really have the same impact to it. And as Bladeville pointed out, I'm an idiot for comparing it to Final Fantasy because each Final Fantasy game is supposed to be a different game. Yeah, these guys do not want to get off me. Look at this. Hello, Baron. God damn it, game. Oh my god. Oh my god! Give me a little jackass. Good luck, Ajunix. You're gonna need it. Ah, got a little magic out of that. One heart, though. I'll take one heart. We'll be actually playing them, Vandalia. Obviously. There's no point in watching the movies if we're not reviewing them, if that makes any sense. So if we weren't going to be playing them, then we wouldn't be showing them. I'm afraid I cannot, Art Monso. Because that's not actually how that works. So, it's probably been a few years, but here's how it works nowadays. We have a system called plural voting, right? Oh yeah, predecessor to the Twilight Boomerang here. So, plural voting, if you're not familiar with it, is actually really easy to explain. There's strawberry ice cream, chocolate ice cream, and vanilla ice cream. Pick which ones you like. Now, that could be, you know, chocolate and vanilla, or chocolate and strawberry, or vanilla and strawberry, or just vanilla. That's plural voting in a nutshell. You functionally get infinite votes. Now, in our case, we have to limit you to 3 votes because of reasonability. But the point is, every time you contribute to the show financially, you get to put that towards 3 things, not just 1. Make sense? Or to be very, very clear about this, because I don't blame anyone for this. Real-life politics has ruined people's understanding of voting systems. So forgive me for getting on this, because I'm a little bit of a voting geek. But the idea here is very, very simple. You donated $5. First of all, thank you, Armanzo. I do appreciate you. And for putting up with me being sick and tired and worthless and terrible. So that means you put that towards the city block and the BRPG block. Both of them get $5. And if you pick a third thing, that thing gets $5 as well. So, City Builder block. And the BRPG block. And, yes, Mr. Red. Not that you have $6,000 to spare. Although, if you have $6,000 to spare, then that's awesome. Not for what it means for me, but for what that means to you. What is going on up there? Alright, whatever. Like, seriously, if you're in a position where $6,000 is spending money, like if that's petty cash, then you are doing well. Alright, so that was actually a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. I was having fun with it. What do you want from me? No? System Shock R. You got it. Done. Thank you again. So, there's obviously some tongue-in-cheekiness when it comes to, you know, he's always named Link. But part of the point is, God, we didn't even get to the shortcut yet. But part of the point is that almost every Link is a reincarnation of, or a descendant of, the same Link. And the reason I say almost is because there is, well, there are two notable exceptions. There's actually like 5, but there's 2 notable exceptions to that. We're playing as one of them right now. Leave that fall down. We know what to do with fall downs like that. That's absolutely a negative, by the way. I am not a big fan of forced fall downs like that. A lot of the Majora dungeons did the same thing. Really? Okay. Like, you remember Snowhead? Oh, you fell. Sucks to be you. Or Fire Temple. How do I recommend new games to the list that I haven't vetoed already? I'm not sure why vetoing is relevant to that, but it's actually really easy. All you have to do is contribute to the show in some way or another. Yeah, Stone Tower Temple was a really good dungeon. Still the 2nd best dungeon we've covered so far. Stand by that. This really feels like the wrong choice. Is there something else I'm missing? Because just knocking this over is just going to leave me stranded. Isn't it? Any financial donation or any financial contribution to the show can be put towards up to 3 things, or if you want to add something new, you get to add 1 new thing. So let's say you want to add Miss Pringle's Highlight Adventures 57. I'm not sure why you'd want to add that, but sure. So all you do is you just donate $1 and you say, hey, Miss Pringles, please. Don't donate $1. That's actually financially infeasible. Or not infeasible, irresponsible is the word I want to use. Alright, what stupid, dumb thing am I missing here? Because I've already fallen and I don't feel like falling again. So what am I missing here? Blah, 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 blah. Apparently I could just straight up go across? That does not look go acrossable, but okay. That, sure. Yeah, that did not look feasible to me. That's why I didn't even try. Good to know. Do you remember this thing in the middle of the room? Yeah, me neither. This is one of the things I don't like about this game, by the way. And I don't want to sound persnickety, because I do like a lot of this game, but if there's one way in which Wind Waker is weaker than many Zelda games, it is dungeon design. They're just not as good. Not as memorable, not as fun, not as interesting, not as creative. There's some exceptions to that, of course, but like as a whole, compared to the whole game, especially when it comes to something like, you know, Zelda. Zelda games tend to live and breathe dungeon design. There we go. Thank you, Baron, for the sub, as always. And if you know what you'd like to put that towards, do please let me know. If only I had someone to help me write down all these. C'est impossible. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, these things again. Get off me. Get off me. And yeah, Majora's Mask still scored very, very, very well. But was lacking in level design compared to several other games, not the least of which being Ocarina. Get off me! Get off me! I don't have that yet, but what I do have is a mid-mission checkpoint. So let's grab that. Let's get a warp to the boss, shall we? If I can figure out how to get a warp to the boss? Damn it, why is that on a separate screen? I feel so bad for the fairies in this one. Like, the fairies have always been like, hey, sure, we'll help you. And here it's like, please don't trap me in a bottle. And it's like, yeah, thanks. Thanks, game. That's great. So let's make sure we unlock this shortcut, because this is pretty important. Not want to redo this. I wouldn't eat a fairy. That's a person. Also, it's a fae, and you don't know where fae have been. You don't want to know where fae have been. Okay, so that is Yakuza block 1, I assume. Ruby block, and buckshot, roulette. I guess I'll eat a fairy if it pisses me off. Alive, of course. Okay. Give me some beer. Yeah, don't worry, I'll get rid of the taste of the fairy with some taste of piss. I'm joking. I'm sure there's plenty of beers that taste pretty good. I have not encountered many of them myself. Thank you. So let's go down. And through here. No, I think it was for an unrelated reason. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember why he said they were cursed in Ocarina. Yeah, the Skulltula family. The source of the gold Skulltula collectathon. I mean, cursed for greed is a pretty normal reason to be cursed, so that would make sense. And that's why they gave us a bunch of rupees if we finish their quest. Useless, useless rupees. And there's always vines in this place, God. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Do you mind? Which game was that in, Armanzo? At least a few, Torturnator, especially on the gameplay axis. Just gonna run over these Octoroks here, don't mind me. That's true, Vandalia. You do all the gold Skulltulas first, then you're like, alright, now let's do everything else. Now that failure functionally has no cost. Least favorite enemy in this game? Probably the jackasses. The burrs. Although, don't quote me on that. I'm sure I can find something worse. Lay down, Evo. Feel better. Make sure to have some of that Mucinex or whatever you got. I'm gonna cut off after this dungeon anyways. I already said that, so. No, you're right. Like, I remember the first time I ever saw a picture of the map in this game. I was just like, wait, that's it? That was strange. Scariest enemy in a Zelda game? Oh, jeez. What do y'all think? I know what the worst enemy in any Zelda game is. It's a dead hand. Or a wall master, excuse me. Not dead hand. Scariest enemy in a Zelda game. I was gonna say, I don't know, the Guardians are pretty bad. From Skyward, if you're wondering. I mean, they do try to have us fight more of Ganon's people in this game, which actually makes a lot of sense. Since this is a Ganondorf Ascendant, he's actively out and about operating, so it makes sense that we'd see more and more of his troops. Having said that, The enemy design is... I would say it's okay, is the word choice I'd probably use there. What the hell was that? Link, stop getting your clothes muddy. Your grandmother got these for you, specially for you. There you go. Jesus, Link. Where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, this way. Hey. It's more like he was temporarily loaned this as a birthday present, but yes. I don't know. I haven't decided yet, Armanzo. I like to judge enemy variety and enemy design, and I haven't decided on both yet. I'm still chewing on it. Let's fight the boss. Let's see what we think of that. See you around, Diva. Yeah, funny. We have a Baronade-inspired boss in what is functionally the Forest Temple. This is the Wind Temple. Cool. So that's a thing. We've written down A positive. I'm not sure how many that will grow into eventually. For animations, especially facial animations. This like 3 over here. No! Damn it. Didn't even reach the damn guy that time. Why would Link having a family be a positive? That's crazy talk. All heroes must be orphans. War orphans, preferably. Yet to get out of there in time. That is a really, really short bone window. Yeah, Warfins, exactly. But no. Whether or not something uses a trope, such as dead parents, does not actually matter. For positives or negatives. The only thing that matters is how well you use it. I do like how the actual boss is just this dinky little thing. Yeah, maybe don't celebrate on the thing that's the mouth of the plant that's been eating you. Just a thought, Link. Swordsman, are you the one who rescued me? You have my thanks. When all went dark around me, I thought my time on this earth was over. But why are you here, Swordsman? The great Deku Tree sent you? Oh, that's right. Today's the first day of our annual ceremony. I'm in trouble. I shouldn't be here. I need to get out of here immediately. Oh, come on then. Let's go. So, I've done that once, little one. Brought the forest water in. It's actually not that hard, especially if you already know what you're doing. But since I didn't this particular playthrough, and I wanted to show off the boss properly, I wouldn't do it this thing. But yeah, for those of you not aware, you can get the forest water earlier, which lasts 30 minutes. It's useful for a few things, but you can also use it to kill the boss instantly. Makar, you've returned safely. I'm sorry, great Deku Tree. I know you warned us many times, but still I did not listen. Do not worry, Makar. You are safe now. Just be more careful from now on. You've done well, Arsh. I must thank you for your brave deeds. Here is that which I have promised you. Hey, Terra. Welcome to the last, 2 minutes of the stream. Farore's Pearl. I hope this pearl shall lead you to a fair destiny. All is well, Makar. Do not cry. Play your song for me, as you always do. We must begin the ceremony before the day ends. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Oh, great Arsh. As my thanks to you, I'll play even harder than I normally do. Sorry. It is really weird to me to think that these are the Kokiri. This year you have once again produced some splendid seeds. With these seeds we'll continue to spread forests across the Great Sea. Now that's some interesting world building, isn't it? Because that's right, the only reason there are trees that these people have to use in these islands is because the Deku Tree every year spreads seeds and the Koroks take those seeds out to the islands to reproduce new trees. There's a really good chance that of the many, many, many other things that would lead to the devastation of this world and this setting in society, this is one of them. I love that little tidbit, though. I really do. But it is an hour after we are at our normal cutoff time. But before we do, I want to address a question Baron asked. Baron says, does this game make me hate the lack of external continuity in Spirit Tracks? I sure hope so, because we already reviewed Spirit Tracks, and we already gave it the negatives for lack of external continuity. So, I know we're doing these out of order, but carry the two.